I'm just milking it, you know.
This is,
Just act like a
this is a him and Tom.
Mountain. No, being here and then there's not.
You woke up. Yeah.
Are we?
That is here.
Oh,
For social distancing.
They have an extra chair between them right now. No, why not?
Cassie, are we ready?
We got a nice echo going.
Yeah, somewhere we've got an echo coming on.
It's you, I think.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we welcome you tonight on behalf of the city council and the Syracuse city staff. We welcome you to this meeting, which is kind of a hybrid meeting. We haven't recorded it as such on the agenda, but we are still authorized under the legislature to hold a hybrid meeting where you can join by Zoom or through YouTube and participate with the meeting. What I would like to do this evening is to begin with an invocation. I've asked Seth if he would offer that invocation, and then a pledge of allegiance by Lisa Bingham.
our Father in heaven, we come before thee at the beginning of this council meeting with gratitude in our hearts for the opportunity we have to come together and celebrate our community and to discuss the business of our city. We ask the Heavenly Father to bless us with humility and understanding and respect, that we may understand the differences of opinions and feedback and all that will be presented today. Heavenly Father, we're also grateful for those in our community who've served and have presented multiple sacrifices that we may be here today. And we ask thee to bless us at this time that we may be led to make decisions that will benefit our community for now and into the future. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We appreciate you taking that assignment. Council, before we adopt the agenda, I would like to make a couple of suggestions in relationship to that agenda. Item 7 has been struck. The applicant has asked that that be removed from our agenda this evening, and that was communicated to you earlier. But this evening, what we would like to do is these citizens' recognitions, we would like to move them ahead of public comment. Would there be concern with that? Anyone? Okay. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda with those changes? I have a motion by Lisa. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Corinne. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let's begin with you, Aaron. This is Chief Aaron Byington. He has some special awards he'd like to make to 3 citizens.
Mayor and council, thanks for letting me have some time this evening. I'm going to turn my back to you though, if that's all right. Okay, tonight we're here to recognize some of our citizens in our community. I'd like to invite up Randall Ricker, Ashton Ricker, and Miranda Sleeman. We're going to recognize them for their selfless act of heroism on September 12th, 2021. On September 12th, just before noon, as Mr. Randall Ricker was coming home from church, he noticed that his neighbor's house was on fire. Mr. Ricker, along with his daughter Ashton, entered the burning home to help the elderly neighbor, Miss Peterson, escape. During this time, another neighbor, Miss Miranda Sleeman, jumped her fence and rushed to help get Miss Peterson into her wheelchair and out of danger. The selfless actions of these individuals saved Miss Peterson's life this day. And there's no doubt that she would have perished in that fire had they not intervened and waiting for the fire department to get there on that day. It was really quick. It was a tough fire to get to and put out. And unfortunately, there was a small dog that did perish in that fire that day. But we were able to save a lot of their property, and with their help, save a life. So we'd like to recognize them with some plaques and with a round of applause. Thank you.
Council. Council, I think we're far enough in COVID. Let's go down and shake their hands.
For sure. We're gonna have you guys get up. I'll just get a quick picture. All right. Just have you. No, you got, well, wherever. You guys can all get together here and I'll just get a quick picture for our book. Have you guys come up for, oh yeah. I can get a picture.
You're the reason for the picture. We're just here.
I can get a picture of them anytime. Sure, if you want to, yeah, I'll get in there. Let me get in over here on this side. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Look good.
Thank you.
This next one, with the help of Lisa Bingham from the council, we'd like to recognize our youth commission. So if you guys would come forward, we'd appreciate it if you'd come forward. And I need to share my screen so that we can present something. Let me get it to where,
You don't know
Okay.
where to hang out. Just be you.
just,
You're
yeah,
good.
just be you.
Okay, so we are the Syracuse Youth Commission, and we have been asked to come tonight. So he began in Thailand, picture of him here, and he went from Thailand to Vietnam to Korea and ended at
Will honor those veterans who served between the end of World War II and the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. Who will be recognized, Jed?
Yeah, Deanie, state veteran leaders want to honor everyone who served in the Cold War in uniform with one of these, a Utah Cold War Victory Medal. Leaders with service organizations, the American Legion of Veterans Forum Wars will hold the first pinning ceremony here in the Capitol November 10th. The Cold War heroes.
Are you getting your mask? Let me. Okay, now it shows.
Okay, so now we're going to go by Congressman Chris Stewart. And sorry, so this is a quote by Congressman Chris Stewart. I would like to recognize the name Larry Kerr, a Utah vet who served his country in the Air Force for 20 years, including through the Vietnam War, followed by time in Korea. Since finishing his Air Force service, Larry has helped countless veterans in our state receive benefits and the recipient of the Cold War Victory Medal. Larry has dealt with medical conditions due to age, and has assisted many veterans in navigating the same challenges. I am so grateful for his service, for his sacrifice, the sacrifice of his family, and his constant dedication to fellow veterans. I am honored to welcome him to Washington, D.C. as part of the Utah.
Planning to take part in a Utah honor flight from Salt Lake City.
Yeah, it is the group that brings veterans to some of those war memorials. News specialist Alex Cabrera is traveling with that group and says there are a lot of emotions amongst the veterans.
Of all the birthdays Mark McKell has celebrated,
Happy birthday, Mark.
Oh, yeah.
Happy birthday, my
Imagine
friend.
103.
his 103rd today is one to remember. You see, McKell, who lives in Spanish Fork, is a World War II veteran.
Oh, boy, I hope I look okay.
And today, as part of the Utah Honor Flight, got to visit the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C.
It's almost like a dream. I'll wake up maybe in an hour and find out it was just a dream.
He was one of about 75 Utah veterans making the honor flight trip to see the sights and experience the memorials before it's too late. Unfortunately for some, there just wasn't enough time.
We lost 13 veterans who were called for a spring flight in 2019. And when we started calling them for their September flight for this year, 13 family members informed us that their veteran had passed away.
COVID canceled almost 2 years worth of honor flights, so Chairperson Stephanie Harmon asked those families for photos so she could take them on this first trip back.
We were able to bring 8 of them, and obviously we have the other ones in our hearts.
It's a reminder of how special these flights are, especially for World War II veterans like McKell.
It's your birthday today, you know.
For even 103 years, almost wasn't enough time to come here.
Well, it makes you appreciate being a citizen of this great land.
The Utah Honor Flight group also visited the Vietnam, Korean, and Lincoln memorial sites here in D.C., as well as some other spots. Tomorrow, they also have plans to visit some more of these areas. We are tagging along with them, and we will bring you some of their stories from here. In Washington, D.C., Alex Cabrera, KSL 5 News.
Larry, would you come forward?
I have a brief, small speech that I'd like to say. But before I start, I would like my wife, Cherie, and the blue crew to please come up behind me. I'm not a speaker and I'm not a politician. I was a warrior. I did not get into parades and ceremonies. I was trained for combat. I am a life member of the DAV, which the battle never ends, for over 40 years. I am not alone. There are many disabled American veterans among us. My family has endured many hardships. I'm thankful to God, my parents, my wife Cherie, who has been my caregiver for 53 years in December, and to my children and many good friends and neighbors. We've been trying to keep our disabled American veterans going. We're having a tough time. We need more of the newer veterans to step up to keep our DAV going. We are also trying to keep the memories of our Cold War veterans alive also. With the help of what we call our blue shirts. They're all veterans or a veteran's wife, every one of them. They're scattered out, mostly here in northern Utah. But without them and the Utah Cold War Veterans Foundation, we cannot do these ceremonies and award the medals. They did the medal at the Capitol building the 1 year, and after that, they dropped the funding and they dropped the publicity about the medal. Here in Syracuse, we've been very thankful for Mayor Mike and the City Council for allowing us to do that here in City Hall, where we could do 50 or 60 veterans at a time. And we've been doing that. With the help of a lot of donors and small corporations, we are still doing that, actively seeking out veterans, their service dates, the branch of service. We honor all the veterans, including World War II, all the way up to 1991. We also honor a deceased veteran for their family, or children or grandchildren receive that medal. And we are doing that also. There is a gentleman in the audience today that I finally got him here at the same time I'm here, and I'm gonna give a shout out to Josh Hughes and his family for making a substantial donation a couple years back that was able to decorate 100 Cold War veterans in this area. Josh Hughes and his family. Thank you, Josh. The other day, there was a small segment on TV by the DAV, and I was struck with one speaker in particular, and he stated that it's not what you have lost that counts. It's what you do with what's left. And in our DAV, you'll see many amputees and burn victims and things like that. And yes, that does affect us. But to see them carrying on for our fellow veterans is simply outstanding. And that was a quote on 30th October of this year on Channel 2 by Charlie McGong. Again, thanks to our Blue Crew and all the help. We're all volunteers. We don't get any funding or anything to do this. We do loving this, doing this, and we've been doing it from Delta to Salina, all up and down the Salt Lake Valley, clear up to Tremont, and then we're glad and we're proud to do this. My family thanks all of you. Our blue shirts thank all of you. And I thank you. May God bless all of you. Thank you.
We have invited Larry here tonight representing all Veterans Council. Let's go down and shake their hands. When we first began looking at the Youth Commission, the Youth Council 2 years ago, we hadn't anticipated COVID. So one of the things that's kind of we've taken a hit with was the reorganization of that into a commission that included the Youth City Council. And our intent then was to invite this council once a quarter to come and sit with the city council in a business meeting and participate in that meeting as much as they would like to. So we're going to invite them to come and sit. If we get you to sit on this side by the ladies. And the reason is the ladies are the advisors from the city council to this group. So Jordan, you just get to be by the cute people.
You know what? This side is way better than that side.
So they will continue with us until they have to leave. Some of them have school obligations and home obligations that they'll need to leave for. Okay, now we set aside the agenda for a public comment. Cassie, you have some that you've received by email?
Yes. This first email is from Rachel Jensen. She says, I have been very concerned about the building projects our city officials have allowed in our great city the last few years. The proposed hotel and apartments in close proximity to residents' homes and Syracuse North Arts Academy Elementary School is very concerning to me. Law enforcement professionals have always expressed how much crime any hotel or temporary housing brings to an area. Drugs, trafficking of all kinds, it will infuse a crime raise into our area, not to mention pedophiles and kidnappers who could potentially use the hotel to watch our children. Please don't allow this to happen. This is so dangerous to build next to a school. Please consider the dangers and protect our children. Thank you, Rachel Jensen. Okay, and then Kaylee Myers says, I'm writing to voice my concerns about the decisions to build the hotel, as well as all and any new housing that is being or going to be built. Syracuse is experiencing some major growing pains that are going to cause major problems, some of which we are experiencing now. Let me address the housing issue first. Our schools can't handle the influx of any more students. We are bursting at the seams as it is. We don't have the store to keep people shopping here, and our roads are already overly crowded as it is. Our air quality is terrible from the massive uptick in drivers. We need a halt on building until our infrastructure can handle more citizens. We don't have the law enforcement to keep crime at bay if we keep building, and it's not fair to pull officers away from surrounding cities to help with our problem, which leads me to the hotel. The proposed placement of the hotel along 193 is the most dangerous location for a hotel. Way too close to the high school, junior high, and she says high school again, as well as neighborhoods. Human traffic is real, and putting a hotel that close puts our citizens in danger. How selfish of the city to allow something like that to happen. How selfish and greedy. We moved into Syracuse almost 6 years ago when it was a safe and gorgeous place where I could picture raising my children. We even moved from our home in Syracuse to another in hopes of that dream happening. But in that 5 short years, I have seen Syracuse crumble with the lack of future planning and organization. I would never recommend anyone make a life here with how greedy the city has become, and we plan on leaving unless things change. That was Kaylee Whitaker. Okay, Angela Stonebreaker says, I highly encourage you to refuse development of Monterey West as it currently stands. Rezoning this area from agriculture to so-called mixed use as planned for Monterey West will, as we all know by now, put strain on already limited amenities and resources, roads, schools, water, etc. I feel that the definition of mixed use is being stretched paper thin with this proposed development. Section 10.92.010 purpose statement is to create a zone which will provide traditional neighborhoods where residents can work, play, shop, and live that are strategically designed to create a symbiotic relationship by allowing for a combination of commercial and residential uses. 11 homes, 5 apartment buildings, and a hotel is all essentially residential, with the hotel commercial aspect realistically just being short-term residential wrapped up in a pretty tax revenue bow. This development does not create a place to play or shop. The hotel would create a relatively small job market for our citizens, but Monterey West sure has the live aspect down. I understand a hotel could increase tax revenue for Syracuse, especially since R.C. Willey left. However, the proposed location makes 0 sense. Why tuck a hotel into a residential area? Why place it so close to an elementary school? Why put more traffic on an already congested residential street, putting school children at risk because of lack of safe parking? There is nothing symbiotic about this development in relation to the already existing homes, businesses, and school. The intersection of 1550 West and 300 South, the road due south of the mortuary and car wash, will pose major problems for all utilizing the light on State Road 193. I already fear traffic with the newly opened car wash in relation to school starting/ending times. There is a right turn only sign at the northeast corner of 300 South and 1550 West. So in turn, would there be a right turn only sign on the opposite side of the road for everyone leaving the hotel and apartments to adhere to? Most likely not, because why send hotel guests into a residential neighborhood when they are trying to reach a state road? We need a long-term plan to develop the entire agricultural piece of property between 1550 West and 2000 West along 193 and Syracuse High, so that our little residential street of 1550 West doesn't turn into a potential murderous nightmare with the school children of SAA North and current residents of Monterey Estates. Apartments, townhomes, an extremely poorly placed hotel, then the possibility of more apartments and townhomes built alongside the potential future hospital just screams tax revenue desperation. Please don't turn Syracuse City into the next overpriced, overrun, high-density marketplace. Please keep in mind what the residents of Syracuse actually enjoy about our city. Please vote no to the Monterey West development. Okay, this next one says, we do not think there would be adequate business for the hotel planned near the Monterey Estates building. It does not fit in with the surrounding areas. We also think single-family residences, townhomes, and duplexes would be a better fit than apartments for that location. Regards, Cheryl and Joe Gabello. Okay, next says, recently it seems that Syracuse City is only interested in adding as much taxable revenue via a hotel and numerous apartment complexes as they possibly can in a short period of time. It does not appear that there is any consideration of the long-term ramifications to the city and to the current residents of the community. If you look to the east to Clearfield, it has become a city full of apartments. This is not appealing to the eye, nor does it encourage people to settle and plant long-term family roots into the community. Clearfield has become an eyesore with high-density housing and little to no shopping to support the increased number of people those apartment complexes bring. It is sad that Syracuse City is now following suit by adding multiple apartment complexes to its streets. These complexes may seem to be nice now, but in several years, they will be no different than those found in Clearfield and Layton. The tenants of these complexes will come and go. However, us homeowners will be left to deal with the unsightly views of the numerous complexes. We will be left with the increased traffic, crime, pollution, and additional strain on public resources. We are not opposed to single-family homes, townhouses, or 55-plus communities. They are an investment, and their owners will have a vested interest in maintaining their homes and their communities. Apartments, on the other hand, are transitory and do not encourage people to invest their money, time, and hearts into the apartment or in the community. We urge caution and planning. How would you feel if these complexes were being built not next to your neighborhoods, but within them? We urge you to pause and take your time, think this out. Plan not just for the community, but for your kids and your grandkids' future. Syracuse is a great place to raise a family. We hope that it continues to be a community that encourages families to settle down, plant their roots, and have pride in their community. Thank you for your time, Matt and Eve Eggington. Okay, the next one says the hotel and high density housing in that location is insane. It's already so crowded on that street. Cars line up at both signals trying to travel that street. The location of the elementary school in relation to the proposed hotel and high density housing is a serious safety concern. It is worrisome to think about the additional traffic this development would bring and young kids walking to school. I'm completely against this development. Thank you, Kristen Milius. Okay, Debbie Phillips says, please take this into consideration. Syracuse is full, and the owners of developments that are already underway and future ones should pay an extremely high fee per unit house apartment to go towards funding more police that Syracuse growth will need, along with everything else it will cause, like more schools, roads, etc. How does $25,000 per apartment or unit or $50,000 per house sound, or steeper? They want to build 10 homes, pay a $500,000 fee to the city to hire more police, fire, and give pay raises, build schools, roads, snowplows, garbage, etc. Pay for the things the growth will bring. Maybe that will keep developers away. Syracuse has been ruined. I don't know of anywhere you can turn left out of. You're putting your life at risk if you try. And if drivers do pull out and turn left, they pull into the median, which is so dangerous and blocks the oncoming drivers getting in that lane to turn left into a place. And never mind that it's against the law. They think it's okay to pull out into that lane, sit there or drive in it, and then eventually pull into traffic. I don't know how many head-on collisions, near misses I've seen or almost been in. The median is for people turning left into places, not to pull into turning left out of places. But with all the traffic, that's what they're doing. It's very scary. This is only one example issue out of tons of things the overdeveloping has caused. You can't fit any more vehicles on the roads, any more kids in the schools. Police can't man more people. You can't just produce more water, and the list goes on. Thank you for listening. I hope to myself and many Syracuse citizens on this matter. That was Debbie Phillips. Okay, my name is Michelle Larson, and I live on 1550 West in Syracuse in the Monterey Estates neighborhood. I see how the traffic from the nearby school, Syracuse Arts Academy Elementary, and Syracuse High, and people cutting to and from 193 already makes 1550 West a safety hazard. Cars race down the street, and with additional cars parked on 1550 West for drop-offs and pickups, it lessens visibility and creates a very unsafe situation for pedestrians and young children walking to and from school. The neighbors in Monterey are asking you to deny this proposed development and zoning change. The Syracuse City Council has recently approved an incredible number of high-density houses. You do not need to add to this number. We do not have the infrastructure to sustain this increased growth. Slow down. We have issues with secondary water. Our police and fire departments are severely understaffed. Traffic is terrible, and we do not have the roads built to deal with all this increased traffic. The schools in Syracuse and West Point are the largest in the entire district. We can hardly deal with the student population that we currently have to stop adding. So we have to stop adding to the problems. This proposed development does not need to be rushed and approved right now. Take your time to plan this out thoughtfully. Do not proceed with this plan right now. In addition to the increased traffic and safety hazards and lack of infrastructure that I have already noted, another issue that we have with this development is the proposed hotel, which is situated close to an elementary school and a high school. This is a serious red flag. I have been listening to the previous discussions, and just because they moved the hotel a little bit further away is not good enough. It is still a safety hazard and should not be placed on this parcel of land near the school. A hotel should be near a vibrant business area, and DoorDash will not save it. This hotel would be vacant if you put it in our neighborhood where there is no access to shopping or dining. Again, I will note that a hotel is not classified as mixed use. Calling it mixed use is not accurate, and it shouldn't be included in a mixed use zoning plan. The residents of this neighborhood feel that development should not begin until adequate safety measures are put into place. During the last meeting, it was said that the large adjoining field near the high school will be developed at the same time as this proposed development, and that the connecting roads will be built. This statement is not true. The development of the field by the high school will not be occurring in the near future, and if you do approve this proposed development, work will begin right away. Please do not add traffic on this already busy street. This is not a time-sensitive issue, and you have time to get the property in question modified to make a safe space for the existing school and current residents. Approving this measure and pushing it forward will leave residents with a mess and create many potential safety hazards. Please do not approve this development at this time. Again, that was Michelle Larson. Okay, the hotel and high-density housing off of 193 near Syracuse Arts Academy is a bad idea. I worry about the additional traffic and young kids walking to school. I also worry about what kind of people will be nearby as little children walk to school, giving predators opportunities to potentially target our children. This idea needs to be discarded immediately. And that's Katie Johnson. This next one is from Christopher Larson. He says, I'm a resident of the Monterey Estates neighborhood who lives on 1550 West. I have 3 concerns with the development. 1, traffic. 1550 is used as a through street to 193. I have witnessed many cars come speeding down the street, greatly exceeding the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. Adding the possibility of having more cars parked along the street with increased traffic is trouble waiting to happen. I have seen impatient people in the morning try to speed through the school area, and throwing more cars from a hotel and townhomes into the mix is not going to help the situation. The proposed hospital is number 2. This proposition to put a hospital next to the high school is big on ideas and light on detail. From my understanding, there is no firm commitment to build the hospital, and it would not be done in conjunction with the hotel. This means that a street would not immediately be built connecting 2000 to 1550, thus pushing the traffic back onto 1550. I have also heard comments from the council that the hotel would be a good place for traveling nurses, but we do not even have details of what type of hospital would be built and what type of staffing levels would be needed. Number 3, support for the hotel. With no firm commitment or plan already in place for the hospital, I do not see a great deal of support for the hotel to be viable. There have been comments that the hotel would be supported by travel to Hill Air Force Base, but I do not see that happening. There is a new Hilton located right at the west gate that provides easy access. There are also 3 hotels in Layton located close to Hillfield Road and the south gate that have amenities and supporting businesses to help them be viable and attract more guests. This development does not need to be rushed. Look ahead to what we can do to make Syracuse more attractive to out-of-town guests before we build a hotel, and hope that they will come. Sincerely, Christopher Larson. Okay, this is from Brianne Perky. I have been living in Syracuse City for the past 7 years now. As far as I know, everyone has their sprinklers hooked up to the same secondary water system, and until the exponential growth in 2019, it worked fine. This last year, however, with the drought and all the new growth, there was not much water and no water pressure for me, and I'm assuming others' lawn systems to function, killing off most lawns. With even more growth going on constantly now, how is the city going to address the secondary water and pressure issues? Are we supposed to let the rest of our lawns die that didn't this summer? Do we need to completely remove lawns and do xeriscape? And at whose cost? Do we need to have our secondary lines rerouted to our main city water lines? How do you plan to allocate the water to everyone this coming summer? We all have investments in our homes, and the worse they look, the less they're worth. Okay, Summerlin Geese says, Dear Council, tonight I am sick to my stomach and feeling defeated. If the dozens of comments submitted by your neighbors haven't raised concerns in your mind, there is little we can do to influence you. The desire for a hotel in our town is justified. However, the placement and timing of this development are unfortunately very poor. Between Monterey West and the proposed hospital, there are 62 acres of undeveloped land. I implore you to consider this area as a whole. I am not the first to suggest that you should wait until you see the hospital development unfold. I ask you again, please plan this entire swath of land thoughtfully and carefully. I will keep my comments concise tonight. Please delay your vote on the Monterey West development. Respectfully, Summerlingy. Okay, this is from Mindy and Clint Saline. It is important that before the City of Syracuse reviews options for land development, it addresses and answers two very important questions. One, how will Syracuse City safely accommodate additional students at our public schools? Many of our public schools are already over capacity. And two, how will Syracuse City provide adequate secondary water for our agricultural, commercial, and residential needs, as our water supply has not been adequate to meet current demands. Currently, there are multiple high-density housing projects in Syracuse that are currently being built, and the city has to ask the important question of how we can continue to support the increased number of citizens that will be moving to our city. Without appropriate infrastructures set in place, it is irresponsible to approve additional high-density housing along 1550 West, especially with the current number of high-density housing projects already in motion. There are approximately 1,440 students at Syracuse Junior High School, and the capacity is approximately 1,230. The physical structure of the school is stressed by unsafe, crowded hallways, overcapacity of the cafeteria, oversized classes to the point that not all students have a desk and chair, and there are not enough lockers for all students, and due to the hallway traffic, the students are not able to safely stop in the halls to access their lockers, as it causes too much congestion. Not only is the physical structure of the school stressed, but so is the administration, teachers, and support staff, as they are trying to accommodate more than 200 additional students, and concerned that as days go on, even more students will be attending their school with so many high-density housing developments being built. Our secondary water supply is limited, and as a city that has been primarily agricultural lands for years, many farmers in Syracuse have been negatively affected by the water restrictions and shortages. These restrictions and shortages will increase greatly as we continue to approve lands for additional high-density housing. Until bonds are passed so the new schools can be built and our water supply needs are reconfigured, it is irresponsible to approve additional high-density housing in Syracuse. The project along 1550 West needs to be postponed until appropriate city infrastructures are set in place. Thank you for your consideration in making it a priority to strategically plan to accommodate growth in our great city of Syracuse. Okay, this is the last one. It's from Emily Fennell. Says, I have submitted public comment in a previous meeting about the proposed Monterey West development on 1550 West. I've expressed satisfaction at the proactive way in which the developer has approached the neighborhood to mitigate numerous traffic concerns and has modified the site plan in order to make the proposed Monterey West development more amenable to the Monterey Estates neighborhood. These efforts have been greatly appreciated and the communication has been ongoing. This public comment, however, expresses great concern regarding a new element that was brought to light in the last city council meeting, that the hospital on the corner of 193 and 2000 West does not need all 50 acres and is partnering with the developer, Wasatch, to bring in commercial and residential components. The commercial component is planned to be situated along 193 and the residential component extending west of the proposed Monterey West development. It has been brought to my attention that this potential residential piece is a mix of high density and multi-family housing, which will be directly adjacent to Monterey West high density housing. Monterey West residents have largely not been thrilled about high density housing going up right next to the single family homes in Monterey Estates, but even so have mainly expressed concerns about the hotel location and have not been overly vocal with complaints about the high density housing. There are positive elements to the Monterey West proposal, however, such as the developers and the builders' long-term involvement that would result in a nicely maintained property. Monterey Estates residents have been concerned with increased traffic that high-density housing will bring, but have been pleased with traffic mitigation measures that the developer has been willing to implement. However, with the news of discussions happening that more high-density housing right next to the high-density housing that was never really wanted in the first place is being discussed, is extremely concerning and problematic with many Monterey Estates residents. The potential increase in traffic that is imminent with multiple high-density and multifamily projects being built back-to-back next to each other is poor planning and will drive even more traffic through our neighborhood, which already has traffic, speeding, and safety concerns. Even with the access roads 450 South and 300 South eventually being built through to 2000 West, there will most definitely still be an increase in traffic and speeding on 1550 West, especially if Wasatch's high-density and multifamily plans are approved. As I understand it, Wasatch has been discussing a mix of apartments and townhomes for their residential piece. This means that moving from east to west, starting at 1550 West, the housing arrangement will be Monterey West apartments, then Wasatch townhomes, then apartments, then townhomes, then hospital. This is way too much high-density housing here. What happened to wanting a transition from Monterey Estates single family to the hospital? Apartments, townhomes, hospital is not a thoughtful transition. There hasn't been much pushback from Monterey Estates residents about the proposed apartments in Monterey West until now, when we learned that even more apartments and multifamily are being discussed as going right next to the already unwanted apartments. What about moving from east to west, starting at 1550 West? Single family, then multifamily, then apartments, then hospital, or multifamily, then apartments, then hospital, or multifamily, then office, then hospital, or multifamily, then commercial, then hospital. There are many other options that would transition and flow so much better than apartments, townhomes, hospital. Even if the city wants to keep the hotel near this area, what about having the hotel at the intersection of SR 193 and 2000 West? The developer of the Monterey West proposal mentioned that possibility in a recent discussion. Tabling this vote tonight, waiting for Wasatch and the hospitals to submit their application, planning these two developments together more cohesively, determining feasibility for the nearby site for the hotel that the city wants, and providing a better transition between single family and the hospital makes sense. There has certainly got to be a solution that will truly create a win-win with the city and the residents of Monterey Estates and surrounding neighborhoods. Residents of Monterey Estates understand that growth is happening and that well-planned growth can be beneficial, but voting to approve this proposal tonight seems premature until some of these other planning items have been decided. I ask the City Council to please wait on approving this rezone proposal until a more thoughtful transition plan from Monterey Estates to the hospital has been decided, and in response to how the hospital development emerges, if the rezone is approved tonight, I would hope that the City Council will put the brakes on Wasatch's proposal of more high-density housing right next to Monterey West. Sorry, she includes a list of 50 other residents in the community that added their names to her email, and I've provided that to you guys through email.
Thank you, Cassie. What I would ask is those of you that have joined our meeting by Zoom that we've already read your comments, if you would refrain from comment now, but we'd like to go to those that are on the Zoom in our Zoom meeting first and allow them to make comments. So if you would like to make comment, can you raise your hand or through some other method, let us know. You see anything, Cassie?
I don't see any raised hands on Zoom, no.
Okay, then we'll go here in the house. If there's anybody that'd like to address the council. Darwin? And if you'd come to the podium here and adjust the mic so that we can hear you.
Getting old for the birds. Mr. Mayor and council members, I first of all want to thank all of you for all that you've done for Syracuse City. I've lived here for, my wife and I, nearly 18 years, and in the area a lot longer than that. My family originated in Perry, Utah, way back with my great-grandparents, so I'm quite familiar with the area. I just have a couple of concerns that I'd like to address and see what your responses are. And they all relate to that thing of water. The valley that I grew up in southern Idaho was 100% settled by homesteaders. I wasn't quite that old, but from my grandparents and those who were there at the time, 99% of those folks lost everything they had within a period of about 5 or 6 years. Why? Lack of water. I don't care what anybody says, the sun shines, but water is a very precious and limited resource. Well, my question is this, folks, has there been an impact study done, Syracuse City, in relation to the building that is presently occurring, all of the building that's coming online, in relation to the, and every time I turn on the radio, everyone from the governor on down is talking about water shortages, live in a desert, and so forth. So anyway, that's my question. And it comes down pretty simply to that. Has there been an impact study done And do we know where we stand as far as next year relative to the existing supply of water and the development that's going on in Syracuse? Question.
Dar, in public comment, we don't address the people that are there, but Robert, are you here? Robert, can I see your hand? Can you see Robert back there? Robert, raise your hand again. Robert, would you take him out and answer his question for him? Yes, we have, Dar. So, Robert, could you do that? Could you take him out? So, pardon?
Any other questions you wanted to add?
Well, I do. The other question is, what happens next year if it turns out we don't have the water that we need and we have all of these commitments made? Again, I hate to think about me or any of the council members, the people who are moving into these new developments that may have to fold up and leave because there's no water. And we all know that there is no water.
Later on this evening, we're going to talk about buying District 3 water. So you might want to stay and listen to that dialogue.
Okay, I'm not getting my questions answered the way I'd like to, but
We wish we could.
We wish we
could engage.
We wish we could, but public comment is just for us to listen, not to
okay,
respond.
all right. Well, anyway, I'd like to go on record as saying that I'm as a citizen, and I know I've heard like a lot of the things that were read. Many people who are concerned about this. And I'm really concerned that next year when the time comes and we find out that we have all of this stuff coming online and no water. So I'd like to go on record.
Okay.
Say that. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, if you'd like to know what the council's response is, Robert, we have a response to that, but we just can't take time to do it from here. You got a lot on the agenda this evening. Anyone else here like to comment?
Hello, my name is Carrie Anderson. I just turned 50 years old in September, and I have lived in Syracuse for 40 years, almost 40 years next year. I'm a Syracuse lifer. I will stay in Syracuse. I have a home here. And so I know a lot about Syracuse, or at least I feel like I do. I want to just address the wages for the police department. And I know that's a little bit later on, but I want the police department and our first responders and the fire department to know that every time I hear a siren in our city, I say a prayer for them. And I hope that they stay safe. I have a family member that is a member of the Syracuse Police Department. When he goes out on a call, I want to know that his backup is prepared. I want to know that whoever assists him in an emergency call is capable. And these fine men and women are capable. But in order to attract new hirees for the police department, you have to have competitive wages. From what I understand, surrounding areas pay their police department much more than Syracuse does. That is not right. That is not fair. And if I want to ask you rhetorically one question, if you had a son or daughter that wanted to become a police officer, would you recommend Syracuse to them? Or would you quietly whisper, you might want to go to Sunset because they get paid more? What would you do if it's your loved one? These police officers and first responders deserve to be paid the same amount as other cities around us. My husband is a pediatric dentist. When he's trying to hire a dental assistant, he has to have competitive wages, or he doesn't get the people to come in and want to interview because they're like, I can go somewhere else to get more money. It happens in every situation. And I think it's very sad that Syracuse City, my city, allows this to happen. It shouldn't happen. I have one last thing, two quick things. I have a nephew who is going into the police academy, and his father was a police officer in Ogden for 20 years. So he knows what he's getting into. Would I recommend Syracuse to him? I can't. He wouldn't be able to support a family the way that police officers and those that sacrifice their life should be able to. If we want good officers, good people to come to Syracuse and want to be a police officer here in Syracuse, you have to make that happen. My daughter works for doTERRA and she gets $16 an hour. Despicable that police officers' starting wages are not that much more. Yes, they're more, but they deserve to have a wage increase because I want my family member safe. He deserves that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else here? Yes.
Mayor, council, do you want our names?
Yes, and your place of residence.
That's dangerous. Some don't like me, but that's okay. I'm not here to be liked. My name is Bruce Hunt. I live at 1339 West 1950 South here in Syracuse. I've been a resident of Syracuse for almost 20 years, and I was sitting back thinking about that tonight. I have never lived anywhere, including my birthplace of California, for more than 18 years. So I've got a lot invested in Syracuse. With that being said, I've been before this council many times before. Back in 2020 in February, I was here and I asked for input from the council, which we know we can't ask questions to be answered here. But I did ask for an EIR and EIS, an environmental impact study, an environmental impact report on the development 1475 West 1700 South on the southeast corner. I had written a very lengthy letter tonight, but I'm going to ad-lib, partly because I concur with what they're discussing about the Monterey Estates situation. But in that EIR and EIS, I've been building big projects for multi-hundred-million-dollar projects for quite some time now, for many, many years. We are required to perform EIS and EIR for impacts to the community for which we're building developments and large units. As a result, that is a federally mandated or federally suggested situation that we have EIS and EIRs on file before anything is done. And what that does, in case some don't understand, is it allows the community, it allows the city or the agencies for which they're going to reside, as well as the developers, to advise how they're going to handle the current increase in infrastructure use, whether it be water, secondary or culinary water, sewer, traffic, egress in and out of commercial applications, residential applications. It covers the entire gamut, up to and including sewer. In this situation, and it's been discussed, I think it was Brother Perry that was just up here, but it's been discussed, the concern about secondary water. I tabled the secondary water concern. I built the current home here, my third home in Syracuse, almost 8 years ago. And unfortunately, I put in sod knowing that I was going to use secondary water. There were no other developments around me at the time. I'm not against growth. I think sustainable growth is critical. It's paramount for the growth of a city and a community. The key word here is sustainable. We tend to forget that. What we have here within our city is a lack of culinary water. I get up in the mornings earlier than most people and go to bed later than most people. I get up and take a shower somewhere between 3 and 5 a.m. And there's times I don't have any pressure in my home. And as an engineer, I've torn my house apart, checked my PCV, my pressure control valve, not a problem. I check everything else, and then I check my water pressure outside. Pursuant to federal guidelines, we're supposed to have 35 PSIG at every spigot in our home. There's times I have less than 10. And that's just in the last 18 months. That is not taken into consideration the 4 developments that I know of right now within my immediate community 3 of which are high density. 1 which is going to be medium or what have you over there on 1000 West. We talk about the developments. We talk about the ERRs that aren't apparently on file. We talk about permits for mixed use, and then we find out that possibly they're going to be high density. We'd like to check into that. So we're going to start requesting formally, and if need be through a grammar request, some of this data. Because we don't have culinary water. The new multi-million gallon above ground storage tank that was built over there in the Freeport Center is not answering the problem. And as a mechanical engineer, I can tell you why, but that's for another time. The problem we have is we have no water pressure now for culinary. Buying more shares under your item 13, that's great. We don't have the infrastructure in place right now to deliver that water. We don't. And you can only add so many pumps and VFDs before you start blowing pipelines out of the ground. Trust me, I've seen it. The problem that we have is we have unsustainable growth. We have buildings that are already going and permitted. I'm not saying that we can stop those. No, that's not the point. But we have to look forward. We have to look forward at high density. We have to look forward at mixed use. Some people have discussed with me, and I use that term loosely, online, which is not necessarily a good venue, but people have discussed online with me that, hey, a farmer can sell his land. Absolutely, they can sell their land. They can go out and retire in Florida, as somebody recently suggested. I don't have a problem with that. They've earned it. But we do have a responsibility to our community, to our neighbors, to our friends, and future people that are going to try to live here in Syracuse. In closing, we also have a problem with just 4 of the developments that I see within my home on 1950. It's called an SWPPP. Is anybody here familiar with what an SWPPP stands for? It's a federal guideline. It's called Stormwater Pollution Protection Plan that eliminates problems bringing onto the street during construction. I have photographs, not just because of the rain today, but previous. These SWPPPs are not being checked on because apparently we just don't have the infrastructure in our city to go out and check on it. So therefore, we have trucks running up and down residential communities, semis, large trucks, large end dumps, side dumps, that were never designed for that. We haven't addressed the issue with the road deterioration because of these large transports that are 80,000 pounds or more. And that doesn't even count, again, the culinary water problem. Secondary water, I hated mowing grass as a kid. And why I ever planted grass, who knows? So if we have to get rid of the grass, it's not going to hurt my feelings. It'll hurt other, I'm sure. But I implore upon the council, and especially you, Mayor, that we table, not necessarily deny, but we table until the developers provide the EIS and EIRs required for sustainable growth. To do so is unconscionable. It's just a lack of fiduciary responsibility. All I ask is that we postpone voting and approving future developments until we actually can verify sustainability. I thank you for your time, and I wish you guys have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Anyone else that would like to address? Yes, sir. Again, if you'd give us your name and place of residence.
Okay. I'm Randall Ricker. I live over in Maryland Acres. With some of the discussions coming up and stuff, what I want to bring up seems a little on the small trivial side. I do concur about the looking into the water and the infrastructure on that and stuff. But since we moved in there, and I've seen the other housing develops come in around us, we've been streetlights and stuff like that in our neighborhood are basically non-existent. Over the years I've been there, I've actually seen police chase people into our neighborhood because they have plenty of shadows to hide in. I'm worried about the kids that play in our cul-de-sac. At nighttime, there's no street light anywhere for couple blocks around that even light up that area. I live in David's Circle. David Street has no street light except for on Maryland and Dallas. There's no street light there on that. And also the secondary wire for that area was not installed correctly. It was the first one, my understanding was the first system put in as secondary wire. And unfortunately, I am at the end of the secondary wire system. And so I get everybody's trash into my sprinkler system and it's basically obsolete. I have a hard time. And what I'm understanding is all it needs is a return back into the system to actually become more of a functional system there. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Dave? And then Jen? Again, Dave, would you state your name and the place of residence?
Absolutely. My name is David Skinner. I live in Syracuse, 2259 West, 700 South. I served this community in the police department for 22 years. 2 years as a volunteer, 20 years as a full-time officer. The problems the department's facing today aren't solely because of the men and women up here. It's been going on for a long time. And I'm glad I had my 20 to where I could then leave and go do something else. This city has lost 3 officers in the last 3 months. Myself, Officer Penrod, who was once Dare Officer of the Year, awarded a life-saving medal for saving a child's life that fell through the ice at Jensen Pond. Officer Robert Guillen, who went to another department for more money. I'm hearing about $5 or $6 an hour more. We have to address this as a city. It doesn't affect me anymore as a police officer. I'm not a police officer anymore. I get to get that retirement check at the end of the month, smile and say, thank you, Syracuse, that I got my pension. These other officers, they have options to go somewhere else. They've chosen to stay here. They've chosen to stay and serve their city they grew up in, ones they've been in here for years. It is so much more beneficial fiscally to pay our officers that we currently have a well-deserved wage than have them either retire or leave and then have to train somebody else. You lost only 20 years with me. You lost 20 more years with Stan Penrod. You lost another probably 12 or 13 with Guillen. How many more officers do we have to lose before we as a city, me included, stand up before our elected body and expect changes? I did have a script that I was going to go off, but I saw your recorded statement of things the city has done for the police department the last 6 years. You guys have done a lot. It does not go unrecognized. It's appreciated. Why we're still having this frustration is it hasn't been enough. It hasn't been sustainable, and we're going into new times. But again, this is just a cycle. Earlier, Mrs. Johnson brought up about people growing up and wanting to be police officers. My son wants to be a police officer. I encourage him to be a police officer. A year or two ago with the riots and stuff, I thought, no, I don't want my son. You know what, if he wants to do that, absolutely. But to work for Syracuse, no. This isn't a quiet, sleepy town. There is violent crime here. I was involved in 2 officer-involved shootings in my career. One where I pulled the trigger, one when I didn't. I've seen rapes, women, children, sexual assaults of children, burglaries, thefts, other violent crimes, stabbings, things that I've investigated as a detective. We are not the same small little town that we once were. We have to bolster our numbers in officers, and we need to keep the officers that are here by paying a better competitive wage. You have done a lot. We need to do more. I started at $12.90 an hour here for Syracuse. That was back in 2001. It has only gone up to, I believe, $19.25 in over 20 years. But Clearfield, a neighboring agency, is over $24 an hour. Layton is higher than that. I won't even get into Ogden, Salt Lake, South Salt Lake, any of those. And we've lost plenty of officers to West Valley and other places because they make more money. So some of the things that the city council has done is to try and pay the officers when we faced that. I think it was back in 2016 or 2017, when the city council came up with one-time funds to pay officers more. That's because we were bleeding. When Chief Atkin came in 2013, we bled more officers. It puts a tremendous strain on the officers that stay. It's easy for someone to walk away. The hard part is these guys and women that stay to protect and serve this community. I'm behind every one of them 100%. And I'm glad that I finally feel free that I can express my opinion without any concern of any retaliation or retribution. If you want an honest answer, you need to ask each and every officer their honest opinion. If they're worried about it and won't say anything, I'm more than happy to say something for them. But we have to stand up for officers. We have to stand up for our firefighters. We need more investment in public safety. Don't let this turn into a tragedy where an officer gets shot and killed in the line of duty because he doesn't have backup or she doesn't have backup. I thank God that I made my 20. These guys got 25, some even more. We have to protect them. We have to keep them here, and we have to get more officers to back them up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Jen?
Hey, everybody. Jennifer Carver, 2244 South, 2885 West. So about the hotel, if you guys haven't gotten enough reasons to table it yet, after driving by there, because we all know I'm super nosy. Truck drivers. Syracuse is not a semi-truck friendly city, and everybody already knows that. That area that hotel is supposed to be going into is not at all a semi-truck friendly area. And that hotel is going to attract a lot of semi-truck drivers. And the only reason I know this is my father's a semi-truck driver, and I've ridden with him a lot and know what kind of places they stay overnight. The location of that hotel is a prime spot for semi-truck drivers to pull into that are delivering to West Point, that are delivering to Syracuse, that are delivering to Clearfield. So I think one other good reason to table that is to look very clearly at how they're going to get in there during the daytimes, if it's going to affect the kids going through there, the safety of that situation, people turning through there, what direction, if it's on the south side of the road and they're headed west and they're turning into it, then that means they're going to be crossing 2 lanes of traffic to get into that, or they're going to have to go somewhere else to turn around. So that's just on that topic. On their topic, working as a single mom, making $19 an hour, my take home every 2 weeks was $1,250. That together is $2,500 a month. Again, I'm a single mom. Rent right now in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment is $1,100 a month. So that takes up almost, over just about half of it right there. And that's just in an apartment. So these folks right here are leaving for good cause. If you've talked to the fire department, we're having a hard time getting applicants for our new paramedic program because we're just not offering them enough money. We don't have hardly anybody applying for the positions. I understand the road folks and everybody else jumps in, well, we do this, we do this, we do this, and that's all well and good. But when someone calls because they're dying, they don't send the road folks. When someone calls because they walked in on their child that OD'd, they don't send the road folks. They don't send the city council, and they don't send the mayor. They send these folks. So I hope you folks hear them out.
Thank you, Jen. Anyone else? Yes.
My name's Linda Johnson. I've lived in Syracuse since 1975. I live in what I call the hood because it's the older part of Syracuse. We just kind of dub it that way, but I do feel safe there. But I've had to call 911 6 times on my husband. Now, the growth of Syracuse has really gotten big. Am I going to get those responders to my house when I have to call again? It's not fun to call because you think your husband's died or he's collapsed in the bathroom and he's shaking. You don't know what's going on. It's very heartwarming to see police officers come and the fire come. But are they going to be able to come? I understand we have to have all this growth. I understand that. When I first moved out to Syracuse, I thought I was driving to the end of the earth and I was going to fall right off because it was so far out. And now it's just full of lots of wonderful people. They're not in my hood, unfortunately, because that's the best part of Syracuse. But we need to have these officers. They're being trained, highly trained. Syracuse is going to lose a lot of money when they go to another organization, and the other organization is going to be thrilled to be able to take some of Syracuse City's money with them. Brother Mr. Skinner said he started out at $12 an hour, and then he was making 19. I think my Social Security has probably grown more than what he was making in those 7 years. I don't know, but I think it is. But it's time that we recognize these men. And a lot of times I see on Facebook, and it's kind of, they're recognizing themselves. I'll see a post say, it's police week this week. We need to really have more people recognize them instead of, we just got to do something for them, because I had a son-in-law with Ogden City. My grandson's the one that wants to be a police officer. And I'm going, oh, geez, I don't need another one in the family that I have to worry when I hear the sirens. I love these men. I love what they do. I love their community service that they do. They do an awful lot, and we need to recognize them. And my son gives plasma every week to supplement his income. That you shouldn't have to. You're a police officer. You're an officer of the law, and you're doing good for the community. And I hope that Syracuse will listen to that. And that as the council, the people move on and we have different people in the council, don't put that in your back pocket. You keep it in your front pocket and you pull it out every time you meet and you say, you know what, we need to do something for these guys because they're honorable, the fire department, any first responder. And I pray for them every night. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Anyone else? Yes.
Linda, I met my wife in your hood, and I kind of like her.
I used to babysit your wife.
You did.
Good.
I'm going to bring out some notes so I don't ramble on, but and for the record, my name's Heath Rogers. As you know, I'm the assistant police chief. I live in Syracuse. I'm not going to give out my address, but I do live in Syracuse. I worked here it'll be 24 years in April. I grew up here. I went to Syracuse Elementary. My wife's from the hood over there with Linda. I've raised all my kids here. Syracuse is home. I truly, truly care about this community and keep it high on that list of the safest places to live. I'm extremely grateful for the officers I'm fortunate to work with. They're the best around. I love them. They're my family. I want the citizens of the community to know how great these officers are. They're passionate about keeping this city safe. Many of them live here, grew up here, or have other ties to our city. When one of them leaves, Skinner's talked about a couple. It's like when you lose a member of your family, similar to a daughter going off to college or sending a son or daughter off to a mission. But most likely, it won't be temporary, and we won't be getting them back. As you guys are aware, I'm towards the latter part of my career, and often, very often, I get asked the question, when are you going to retire? I usually joke. I tell them I'm the Tom Brady, just keeps coming back. And don't take that wrong. I'm not saying I'm the GOAT. I'm just saying I just keep coming back for another year. But truthfully, I'm not ready to retire yet. I love what I'm doing and I love the people I work with. All the officers, our record staff, Mariana, Maisie, Angie, I love them all. And I hope, and I still feel like I'm having an impact on hiring and training the younger officers to lead this department well into our future. The future is why I'm standing before you today. I'm concerned for the future of our city, the community, and all of you that call it home as well as I do. As a governing body, tonight you have a decision to make on an emergency that's going to be presented to you by Chief Atkin. Now, I'm going to let him go over all the details, but I encourage you to act on that decision. Mayor, City Council, thank you for your willingness to serve our community. And thank you for allowing me a few minutes to talk to you.
Thank you, Heath. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public comment. There'll be a time at the end of our meeting that we'll reopen it to hear other issues that may have been stimulated by our discussion this evening. Council, we're on item 5, the approval of the minutes of September 28th, 2021, September 28th, 2021, the work session, and October 12th, 2021, the business meeting. Any discussion, or can we move on with approval?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes as written.
Okay, Corinne has a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Lisa. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Cassie, would you record that as unanimous? We have a consent agenda. These things we've talked about in work sessions, and we came to an agreement that we would all support these. So on the consent agenda is proposed ordinance 2021-29, amending the length and width restrictions for flat grave markers at the cemetery. And item B, proposed ordinance 2021-30, amending various sections of the city municipal code related to references and repeating sections. 12-10-030. I'm entertaining a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
I have a motion by Lisa. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Seth. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we've approved the consent agenda. Item 7 has been stricken. Let's move on to 8. Noah, are you ready? This is proposed ordinance 2021-31, amending the Syracuse City zoning map related to property located at 3000 South, 1550 West,
300 South.
300 South, I'm sorry, 1550 West, I got the wrong glasses on. Agricultural A1 to mixed use development and general commercial, and approving execution of development agreement. And council, I'm going to keep us moving because we're an hour and a half into the meeting and we have a long agenda.
Good evening, council. I'll be brief. I just want to introduce the topic. We've talked about it before. We've completed a staff report. As a rezone, of course, you want to evaluate the big picture items of, is this the right use for the location? Is this the right zone? And of course, we want to make sure it's the right time for the city. And also, you know, as we've talked about earlier, you know, about the impacts and the infrastructure, the adequacy of our city's ability to service these projects. So the larger scale, you know, big picture items, you know, are floating there, but also in the packet is included kind of the nitty gritty stuff of the architecture and the landscaping and the parking and all of that. And so it's all in there. If there's any questions, feel free to ask me, and I'll be happy to answer.
Okay. Corinne, you want to lead the discussion here?
Yes, actually, there is an email sent to me by Mr. Hughes, and I'd actually like to give him some time, if you're okay with that, Mayor, to
Sure.
present that if he-
How do we connect him, Cassie, so he can present?
I was copied on the email. I could pull it up.
Can you pull it up?
Thank you.
Again, Josh Hughes at 1789 South Mills Lane here in Syracuse. I'll try and go through this presentation briefly as well to try and keep everybody on track with time. Maybe just one thing to note is Noah was talking about some of the nitty gritty and the staff reviews and stuff that are included in the packet. One thing to be aware of, Noah's very thorough at including the history, of the project. And so there are staff reports from August and September that have a lot of unaddressed items. I think in reality, as of today, those items are really for the most part cleaned up. Everything, the only remaining items are items that Noah and I had talked about that are either addressed in the development agreement or items that would be easily addressed at site plan and aren't really pivotal to a zoning decision. So I believe the project, it does have the I's dotted and T's crossed, despite some of those old reviews.
Yeah, and I can clarify the items listed. I wanted you to be aware of what exceptions you were granting in the development agreement. So there are items with the project where they just don't conform with the ordinance. And so they're cleaned up, they're in the ordinance, it's legal. If you like the project, they're taken care of within the development
How are they
agreement.
cleaned up in the ordinance?
Excuse me?
How are they cleaned up in the ordinance?
They're not cleaned up in the ordinance,
Okay.
but they are cleaned up in the development agreement. Did I say ordinance? Excuse me. Thank you. Yeah. So the development agreement, as we've talked about in the past, has the ability to act like an ordinance as long as we are transparent and go through the proper noticing requirements, public hearings and stuff. So the agreement has gone through that. So like I said, if the nitty gritty stuff, I think has been accounted for through the development agreement.
All right, move on to this presentation. So this is the Syracuse Hotel and Monterey West project. In our opinion, it is actually the most effective use of the mixed use ordinance to date. The city is getting the biggest bang for its buck as far as the biggest commercial benefit as compared with all of the prior projects. And so I'm very excited about it. Noah, do you mind moving on to the next slide there? So this development was thought out from the beginning, and we were really deliberate in a lot of the things that we did. We tried to plan buffering with single family homes on our project that border the other single family homes that are adjacent to it. We tried to plan a commercial element that is not only significant, but is complementary to the future growth of the city and the future growth with the anticipated hospital. We went through a lot of different traffic mitigation, exercises that are addressed a little bit later as well. We've presented a project often to do something like this in a city, when a market that's maybe a little immature. There's a lot of times tax increment financing that's asked for, but through using the mixed use ordinance, we've proposed a project that can support itself without needing any sort of subsidy. Water is obviously a hot topic, and so we've been very conscious of water-wise design and have presented solid amenities and a single owner system to make sure that everything's well maintained. This next slide just kind of shows some images of the single family homes that would buffer the existing homes, and shows kind of the streetscape that we're trying to create there. Again, all of these homes will be professionally maintained, and so that streetscape should be beautiful for years and years to come. As far as traffic mitigation, we've met with the city public works. We've had meetings with UDOT. We've had meetings with the Arts Academy. We've had meetings with neighbors, and we've come up with really the most robust, I think, traffic solutions that we can propose from our perspective. And that involves a new four-way stop, new crosswalk with flashing lights, limited parking signs along the west side of the street. We have an application into UDOT for both restriping the existing intersection as well as retiming that light. The restriping will probably have the biggest impact, as it will have a dedicated left, dedicated right, and a straight lane as well. And we're continuing to work with SAA to get them to reconsider some of their pickup and drop off procedures that could help the neighborhood quite a bit. So there's been a lot of comment about, is this the right location? Does this make sense? And people think that this has kind of been haphazard and thrown together. But as you guys know, the city's put a lot of effort into its general plan. And the general plan specifically addresses this area along 193 between 1000 West and 3000 West. And two of the quotes from the general plan say the city should not allow single-family development along this corridor and plan for higher yielding land uses. Medium to high-density residential development should also be planned in this node as a buffer between commercial and existing family homes. And so our project, we believe, fits with that perfectly. The next three slides are all about the economic impact of the hotel. This first one is a 20-year comparison on property tax. And, there was a lot of concern about schools. You can see that we'll be not donating, maybe donating grudgingly where it's taxes, but we'll be contributing $7 million to the school district over the next 20 years. And so even though most of our units are 1 and 2 bedroom units and probably aren't going to necessarily add a lot of children to the system, financially we contribute quite a bit to it. But you can see over the next 10 years, currently, you're getting about $1,635 if you were to keep the parcel as it's currently zoned and currently used for the next 20 years. And that's almost 11 million with the proposed changes. And these figures come from Benj Becker, which you guys will probably know formerly of Zion's Public Finance. And now he's with Piper Sandler. This next comparison is 20 years of additional revenues that the city would benefit from. As you're aware, there's a population distribution from the state that comes from sales tax, a portion of internet sales tax, and impact fees. Ms. Phillips earlier in her letter mentioned that developers should pay for their impact to the community. And as you guys know, as council people, that's exactly the way the system's set up. And so we pay impact fees that go towards parks, that go towards sewer, that go towards police and all the different areas really that a development impacts. And so we would like to think that we're paying for the burden that we, put on the community by additional growth. But you'll see again in 20 years, the current use would produce $0 of this additional revenue versus about 6 million as proposed again. The final economic impact slide. So this is kind of a widely quoted study that was done by Oxford Economics, which is associated with Oxford University. They found that for every $100 spent in hotel and lodging, an additional $221 is spent in other things, be it transportation, entertainment, shopping, food, etc. And so when you look at the impact that the hotel has in the community, it's going to have a lot of spending that is going to not only benefit Syracuse, but benefit all the communities around us. And so this number isn't a 20-year number. I think the 20-year number here is like a staggering 113 million, but per year, it's about almost $6 million of community spend. Moving on to why a hotel in Syracuse, there's a lot of reasons. I could have probably made this slide a lot more cluttered, but we've got everything from tourism at Hill Air Force Base to an aging hotel cluster in Layton that people are liking to stay at less and less. A lot of new things that are going to benefit us in the way of hospital, temple, new mortuaries, the new highway. And I think it's just the time that it's justified for that, for the community. And then I won't, I guess, belabor things by reading the quote, but basically there was a survey done of mayors in the United States. And anyway, just one of the parts of this, 9 out of 10 mayors believe that their communities are better off with additional would benefit from additional hotels, inns, bed and breakfasts, et cetera, because of their impact on the community. There's a lot of exciting facts about hotels as you do your homework there, as far as their employment and just their impact on an area as a whole. This next slide is related to the hotel feasibility. There's a quote there from a gentleman who's doing our current study. He is actually a hotel operator through a hotel management company, and they do hotel investment advisory services as well. And he believes that the location is a good location for the hotel. And then we have a redacted LOI from a hotel brand that has visited the site and run numbers on the site and would like to be considered as one of the hotels for the site. This will be one of many as we, I think, vet out the best hotel for the community. The next slide talks about possible hotel locations. We believe that the current location, which is labeled as number 1, is a feasible location and would do well. However, we also are happy to be good neighbors and so have started to put effort into moving the hotel further away from the neighborhood and the school because of some of their concerns. And number 2 is a potential location with Wasatch there on that parcel. There hasn't been great traction on that, to be honest. But number 3 with Wright Development, they're highly interested in moving the hotel to some parcels that they own and are acquiring along 2000. And so we will have options to present to the council at a future time about maybe moving the location. And we recognize that that would be a decision by the council at that point. The last 3 slides are about water. Of course, as a resident and somebody that drinks plenty of water, I'm concerned with water as much as anybody, I think. We reached out to Weber Basin Water Conservancy District, and they provided this grid, and you can see kind of the quote there from Mr. Perry at Weber Basin, but basically says multi-unit housing developments have similar outdoor use to single family developments with lots of just 1/10 of an acre. We've gone through our site plan, and all areas that are have been identified as kind of unusable, park strips, islands, just kind of patches of grass have all been replaced with rockscaping and drought tolerant plants that will need just minimal drip irrigation. And turf is really reserved for areas that can actively be used and recreated on. And so we've tried to be very smart with the design of this, and we'll have well less than an acre that is actually irrigated through traditional sprinklers. On top of that, as you guys know, of course, we turn in water rights based off of the gross acreage. And so believe we're turning in much more water than the property will actually use. And so we hope that we're benefiting the community in that way. Finally, Weber Basin referred us to a study. They referred to them as their friends in Tucson, but Tucson, there was this PhD that did this study for them. And they really tried to analyze water usage patterns from multifamily. And 2 of their conclusions were the multifamily water consumption is typically lower than single family consumption, and that we have less seasonal water use than single family. So both on the culinary and secondary side. So I apologize for rushing so quickly, despite this presentation that's been a little rushed. There was a lot of comments from neighbors about this project being rushed, and I don't think that's the fact. As you guys know, you've been considering what to do with this parcel for over a year with the prior proposal as well as ours. And we've had plans into the city since the end of June. And so this hasn't been rushed. This has been well thought out, and I believe is a tremendous project for the city. And we would appreciate your vote tonight.
Thank you, Josh. Back to you, Corinne.
Thank you for that information. I do know a couple of things. First of all, yes, some of these emails have accused us of being greedy. which is fascinating. And I just want to point out the fact that part of our duties as a council is to do our best to keep taxes low as much as possible. And part of the way to do that is to attract businesses. And part of that is what can you do when you have land sitting for 20 years with nothing happening on it and several places. And part of the argument is, well, you need to attract businesses, but how do you get that when their national rubric specifies so many households? And so as a council, we decided to create this mixed use zone in order to consolidate some of those, in order to help attract more commercial. And this is one of those. And also attracting a hotel was one of the goals that I know was set forth even back when we had Brigham Miller as our CED guy. And anyway, I think that we need a hotel. We have reports from Antelope Island nearly every day, people asking where can we stay, and it bleeds over into Layton. Every single one of them goes to Layton. And it'd be nice if they could stay here. So forth, as has been pointed out for several other different reasons. And I'm grateful for all of the work that Mr. Hughes has done to be able to work with the community in the mitigation of the traffic problems. I live over on next to the other Arts Academy, and their traffic is a mess too. And it's the nature of the fact that they don't bus anybody. No matter where you put one of those charter schools, you're going to have traffic problems. And it's good that you have somebody to help you kind of figure that out. And luckily we have UDOT helping the one on Antelope Island get figured out too. So they can get their queuing done off of Antelope instead of on it. So that's what I've got for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, you, Corinne. Jordan?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say I agree with all of the stuff said about hotels. I think a hotel would be amazing in this city. I think I love the quote, the statistics, $100 at a hotel equals $221 spent at the destination. I mean, that would be huge. There's always a but though. In this circumstance, I feel like this location isn't the best. In one of the previous meetings, Josh had mentioned that while a little, we're a little premature for a hotel, but with the growth, they think that we'll grow into that hotel very quickly. What that tells me is Syracuse has enough growth room for one hotel in the immediate future, possibly in the next decade. I don't know exactly when that is. And I agree that we have always shown a hotel as part of Syracuse. What we've always shown is one of our nodes. If we do a hotel in this location, that $221 will be spent in Clearfield and West Point because that's where it is. We are within 2 blocks of West Point, 2 blocks of, well, West Point is across the street. Clearfield is 2 blocks the other direction, and all the restaurants are in those 2 cities that are closest to this hotel. This does not make sense in this location. I would prefer, and I would actually encourage Josh, if you, I know we've had a couple places in the town center. I would love for you to build a hotel in Syracuse, but it needs to be next to our businesses. We've always kind of hoped when we go in near the golf course, it's going to be near a freeway entrance. It's next to movie theaters. It's next to restaurants. It's next to a Rush Funplex. It's just up the street from the island. This meets every single need that we want, but we don't have to feed it all to the other communities around us. I love the other communities, but if we're gonna use up Syracuse land, I prefer, and use our hotel card, we should make it a Syracuse hotel, not a Clearfield or West Point hotel. But I absolutely agree. I think this would be a great place for for temple weddings to stay. Again, they can stay right next to restaurants and movie theaters. I would love to see a partnership of that sort in the town center that would benefit the citizens of Syracuse the most. In this location, it's not doing any of that. And that is why I push back against this. The development, I would prefer to see lower density. I'm not going to lie, but my biggest pushback on this is I do not want to burn our hotel card in a place that doesn't really benefit Syracuse. So that is why I've continued to push back. I've mentioned this a few times. I just don't think this is the best place. I think you'll get a lot more people visiting this hotel and staying in it and shopping Syracuse if we can put it in the middle of Syracuse as opposed to the very corner. Again, I would love for this to be a lot closer to BMX, equestrian park, regional park. Again, in this location, we are the opposite corner of the city from all the stuff we want these people to frequent. And so if you're already 5 miles away, what's 5 miles up Antelope instead of 5 miles up 193? From, again, the equestrian, regional, all of these things are going in the other corner of the city. We need this hotel where it's going to benefit Syracuse. So for that reason, I can't support a hotel in this location. And I think if we're being honest with ourselves, we don't want to use that hotel card in this location either. I would love to hear all of your viewpoints, how this makes sense to use in this location. I think other business would be better here. I could support other business in this area. I would love to see more medical office next to the hospital. I think that makes way more sense. I think nurses, traveling nurses would be happier spending or staying in a hotel next to restaurants. I think Hill Air Force Base employees would prefer to be next to restaurants. I think traveling families would like to be next to golf courses, movie theaters, restaurants, the island, Rush Funplex. All of these things are huge assets that would be within walking distance of a hotel over here. But there, once you get in the car, what's 3 miles versus 5 miles if you're going to go find a restaurant? At that point, Yelp can take you anywhere. So that's my big pushback on this is I don't think this is the right place for a hotel. The hotel is not compliant with a mixed use. The development isn't compliant with a mixed use. And so I can't support this development in its current form. I do think that your development has a ton of potential. I like a lot of the things you're doing here. I appreciate you fixing the parking along the road over there. In one of the items you were showing, you replaced the pickleball courts with parking. I want to understand that a little bit, taking away some of those amenities. I understand where parking is a huge deal, especially around a hotel. I'm worried that that would conflict with the parking in the community. But yeah, there's just a million reasons why this doesn't work for me right now. But I think with some work and with some real commercial that would fit the community and the area in that location, I think this could be a good development, but it's not there yet. Thanks, Josh.
Mayor, can I respond?
Yes.
Thank you.
Quickly, though.
Yeah, just quickly, I'd like to point that being on the edge of the city, it is a double-edged sword. You talk about we could lose a little bit of tax to some of these other cities.
Or a lot.
But that's also where we're going to get and recoup a lot of tax. People that would normally be staying in Layton, people from Hill Air Force Base, people that normally wouldn't have a reason to come stay in Syracuse, people from West Point, Clinton, et cetera, their relatives and stuff as they come in town. We're going to be recapturing things from all of Western Davis County. And so I think we're going to actually stop a lot of sales tax leakage far more than we may create. Also, if we don't do a hotel in this location, West Point will across the city. I think they're smart enough to see that with a hospital, and they will also subsidize it with the multifamily, being that it is a little bit of a, I guess, immature market. And so let's not lose out to West Point once again. The hotel in the other location doesn't work, which is why it hasn't happened in the last 20 years. The parcels in the town center aren't big enough, and putting ourselves further in the corner and where that radius drawn around the hotel gets worse and worse the more you get into that other corner you're talking about, and it's just not feasible. So I believe this is the right location, respectfully.
I'm going to move us on to Lisa.
I actually, that was one of my first thoughts. I remember hearing about the liquor store when it was coming here to this city, and they requested it from the council and they said no. They said, well, if you don't, we will literally go a few feet east of you. It will be put in Clearfield. They'll receive the tax base and you'll still have all the issues that you're concerned with. So I don't believe that putting it in that location is in any way something that will remove them from Syracuse tax base either. Why would they be willing to go west and north and not go west and south to our city? We're not that far away from our town square as they are from the West Point. So I disagree that we would be, that it's a poor location. I actually think it is a tremendous place to put it by the growth in the hospital, especially. You know, I have to address so many of the comments that are you want a one sentence for months and months and even years of studies and research and discussions and conversations surrounding these things. When somebody stands up here with a very small amount of understanding of what this council has done to look into these developments and what our staff has spent hours and hours, I can't even express how many hours they're spending on those impact studies, on those engineering studies, finding out what the water situation is. When we hear people concerned about our schooling, you must clearly know that the city has absolutely nothing to do with schools, right? We have nothing to do besides our property taxes going to fund them. We aren't deciding when those schools are built. The school board and all of the commissioners are in that realm, and that's where their expertise goes. So we don't get to say, oh, you know, you have no lockers for your children, therefore we will stop development. And I also have such a problem when people say we won't get along with those types of people. Every one of us have lived in an apartment, or we know someone who's lived in an apartment, but I say 90% of us have at one time lived in an apartment. To suggest that we're lawbreakers because we live in an apartment because we're starting out in our lives. We heard from a citizen, Jennifer, who said it costs about $1,100 for us to stay in an apartment. That's not the $200 it used to be. And when I started out 32 years ago and lived in an apartment, it is different. We have people who cannot afford to vest in property, and to say you don't have money, you don't have property, therefore you aren't deserving of a decent, nice, amenity-filled place. I just find that offensive. And I understand why you're saying it. And I understand that change is difficult and it's really hard to go forward with something that's different than what you've known. We all have that issue, but we either progress along with our city and our state, and we make opportunities to grow and to embrace it and to welcome people into our city, rather than to shame them for wanting to live here, and especially to shame the people willing to create homes, apartments, townhomes, single-family homes, to call developers villainous, and along those lines, to call city council members villainous because we're looking for tax revenue to pay for these EMTs and these police officers that we just had an uprising in our community lamenting their salaries. That money comes from our taxpayers, and we are trying to find ways to take care of all of our staff, not just those who are out in harm's way, but all of our staff deserve those same considerations. And part of the job of the city council is to direct that tax growth and to find a way to create it, and not to try and pull it from every single resident's pocket, but maybe provide new opportunities that we haven't considered in the past. I don't believe my job as a city council member is to impede or obstruct growth. I believe it is to direct growth. I choose to be creating opportunities for growth and for the people who want to live here. I appreciate those who are willing to come up with plans. I appreciate our staff who work so hard in order to create ways for us to facilitate this growth. If any of us are part of the problem, and we are, because we live here, we procreate here, we drive our cars on these streets, we flush our toilets, we drink this water, we go shopping here, we go to the theaters here, we call our police officers, we call our firemen and women, and we ask for all of these amenities to bless our lives. We are all part of this domino and this incredible centric that Syracuse is. And I feel that there is room for more, and this is a great opportunity for that. I do not think that we can ever hold one landowner accountable for what the other landowners are planning to do in the next however many years. It is not one developer's job to say, well, what are these 50 other acres going to be doing? They are working together to try to facilitate this. But I never asked my backdoor neighbors when they intended to develop. And it never occurred to me that I was charged with impeding that. So I am grateful for the work you've put into this. I think it's a great place for a hotel, especially the new idea of either taking it onto 193, I would support, or 2000 and 193. I think that facilitates a much better access point. It also brings them, if we were to go to 2000, we're even closer to our city center there. And I think that people will come.
Thank you. David?
Well, I think that Jordan's right. This is the wrong place, but I'm not going to go into all of that because I think he made that point very clearly. So I concur that this is not the right location. More importantly, our citizens don't want this here. We have had a lot of people reach out, and those people are not the minority, they are the majority. They are the people who have tasked us with listening to them and their concerns. So I don't really have a lot of hope that this council is going to listen to the citizens and deny this proposal, but that's okay because it'll be easily defeated in a referendum. The people have spoken and they said they don't want this, and they're pretty passionate about it, and they've had good reasons, and I respect them. I respect the reasons that they've come forward and said, this doesn't fit. We don't think that it goes well in this community, in this area. Now, I think the hotel goes well somewhere else, and I'd welcome that. But I don't think that it goes next to this elementary school well. I don't think that we need yet more apartments this year. There's a timing issue. I mean, you're responsible for building a ton of apartments already this year. And I think that we kind of have to do this at a sustainable pace, not at a breakneck speed that we just hope that we survive it. So I think that we can kind of do this at a pace that's sustainable. Our citizens have told us that. They've said that this is too fast, and I agree with them. So one way or another, I think this will probably not happen, but it's probably going to have to go the hard way. And I'm sad for that because we should be listening to our citizens, not lecturing them on what they don't know.
Thank you, Dave. Seth?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think as I've looked at this proposal for the last 6-7 months and gone through this, there has definitely been some areas that we could work cohesively with the neighbors to figure out and try to problem solve. And there's been some definite real challenges, traffic, right? That's not, that was inherent already in this neighborhood. And yet you guys have taken that on and worked for a plan to work through that. And I'm pretty grateful for that. I've been on the record to say I support this idea because I do think it's the right time to build a hotel. When it's the wrong time is after the fact and it's too late. Capitalizing on the market to build it right now, getting ahead of it is strategic and intelligent. And it's a risk I think that's worth taking. I do agree that, I think there's some credence to what Jordan's saying in regards to the location not being ideal where it's at right now. The original, so star 1 on the map, but I think getting it to 2000 and 193 is a really strategic, intelligent location for a hotel. I think it puts somebody right in proximity to our own businesses. It capitalizes on a major node in our city. We've got a corridor that we're trying to build and invest in, and I don't want to miss out on that opportunity. I won't go into all the extra details because we've talked about this quite a bit. I think the neighbors have extremely valid concerns, but it's because there's growing pains. And I think that that comes with anything we do. I just hope that we can continue to work forward and together to make sure that as that this rolls forward with the neighbors' input and insight, because they're the ones who are living there and their day to day and understand the challenges that come with already living in that community. However, that whole area was planned to be industrial or business office, right? And we took that and turned it into residential. And so those challenges are now there because of what we've done. And so let's move forward, not sideways or backwards.
Mr. Mayor, may I make?
Yes.
So I actually, I'm more supportive of it being at that 2000 and 193 node. But that wouldn't be this. Can we get more info on that? And
Yeah, that was just presented tonight, and that's kind of like new, and I don't think that we can vote on that
that's what I'm saying.
when it was
I would
just
like
presented on the spot.
I would like to explore more of that. Would you be okay if we tabled this to get more of that information?
I would like to see a vote happen tonight. The way the development agreement is crafted, as you've reviewed it in your packet, is that the fallback location is where it's currently slated, which is that *1. But the development agreement allows for the concept of that being moved off-site, of course, with approval of a future council.
We're making a zoning decision on a commercial spot that then would no longer be the spot. I guess that's my only.
And what happens to that spot in this agreement?
If the hotel is moved, it says that it could potentially be replaced with additional apartment units, which has been.
That wouldn't fit in commercial though.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That actually fits with the vote of an off-site commercial development.
Yeah, and the new council would have to vote on that at that time.
What I'm saying is.
Exactly what's being proposed.
That's what I'm saying. If we go with the commercial, what we're doing is zoning part of that spot commercial. And he's saying he wants to put more apartments there, but this would make that illegal.
It would be a future zoning decision to move them.
It would be considered mixed use, not.
Paul, can
And-
you clarify on that?
What you want to do?
Yeah. So, you can't, this council can't bind to future council zoning decisions. And so the development agreement specifically says that, if they move the hotel, then what happens to the remaining that was the original site is up to that council. So whichever council decides to move it would also decide what zoning occurs there. Because if you rezone it tonight, it'll be zone GC and apartments aren't allowed there. So that council would have to decide what to do with it at that point. So it's left open and we have to do that legally because you can't bind to future council's zoning decisions.
That's what I'm saying. We can control what we can do now. That's why I'd prefer to table it until we can see if we can get that hotel moved. Because if that hotel moves, then I might reconsider some of this. But right now with the hotel in that spot, it's just, I just don't want to lock us into that if we have other options.
I'll call the discussion.
All right. Corinne has called the question, so we need a motion either up or down.
Motion to table?
Second.
Okay, I have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye, nay, whatever you want to call it.
Nay. Okay, so the motion fails. And the second motion?
Motion to deny.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that failed.
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve.
Second.
I have a second by Lisa. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, that passed 3-2. Cassie, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I will tell you through communication with Josh, he's asked for an up or down vote tonight, so thank you. Noah, let's go on.
Okay, this next item is pertaining to the amendment of the mixed use zone, which was specifically to accommodate, requested by the developer to accommodate this project. So because parts of the development didn't meet the ordinance, some of the options in front of him was to have a development agreement or to amend the zone. Since we just approved the project, I'm assuming that we want to go with the development agreement option. That's also what Planning Commission recommended. If we do want to amend the ordinance, which recently Planning Commission's had some discussions about, and I know that, you know, the mixed use ordinance, you know, there's been some talk about amending that. We can certainly have that discussion. Because of the limited scope, the first time it went through Planning Commission, which was directly to this, I would suspect that Planning Commission would want to consider any other amendments to the mixed use that if you guys wanted to throw in, certainly your prerogative, your city council, you can create and modify your ordinances as you see fit. So, but I would just recommend, you know, if you are wanting to add some things, that it should probably go through Planning Commission again.
Okay.
Agreed.
David, you want to leave?
I'm, you know, in the interest of time, I'm just going to say that this has a process. This process is going to be longer than this current council exists. So I would make a motion to table because I think that we ought to do the entire process under the council that can approve or deny. So I make a motion to table.
But this current proposal will be what will come up again, right?
I could explain this. So when we,
Well, I'm just saying really quick, though, we have to address this proposal first. And then if we table it, this same one will come up. So that's the question. Tabling necessarily doesn't work, and I'm guessing for what you want.
there's kind of two ways we can amend our ordinance. We can self-initiate an amendment anytime because you're the legislative body, or there's an applicant that anybody can apply. And so as part of his due process, we owe him a vote up or down, or we could certainly table it if you want. But if it's a self-initiated, you could do that anytime. But I would assume to put the application to bed, we would want to make action on it.
In that case, I would actually make a substitute motion.
Yes.
Motion to deny, but with the advice that this be returned to the Planning Commission. I know their discussion last Tuesday had a lot of input from them. I thought was actually very valuable. And so deny this, but send this along with recommendations to address. I know they were talking about some parking amendments, road location amendments that we've talked about, arterials, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
And they were also talking about percentages of commercial versus residential.
And if the council wanted to, you could discuss it during a work session to provide some more direct input to planning.
Or we could let them talk about it.
Or you can just, that's also an option too. Yeah. It's up to you.
Okay, we have a substitute motion.
I would second that.
You second that? Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hey, Cassie, would you record that as unanimous? Hey, Brody, I think this is you. You're going to begin this one and then hand it off.
Yeah, I'll get started. The chief's going to come up and run through a presentation here. Just to give the council some understanding of the process here and the public. So this particular item was brought on the agenda specifically to talk about the police wages and kind of the implications it has for our current recruitment and retention policy. The deep dive will be next week. So we won't be covering the entire body of information because it'll essentially be continued through next week. Tonight, we're going to talk about the dynamics that we're seeing in wages related to the police department. And if you're ready, Chief, I can turn the microphone over to you then.
Okay. Mayor and council, thank you for this opportunity. First, I'd like to tell those who commented how much I appreciate their support. It's indicative of why we are so proud to serve this community. I acknowledge that my presentation tonight may stir in some contrary feelings and opinions. I acknowledge that other departments in our organization are struggling to hire candidates, and they may be dealing with issues related to comparable compensation. It is my observation, based on a myriad of reasons and information, that these issues are currently moving at a hyper rate in law enforcement. I feel that it would be derelict in my duty to you as elected officials if I did not strive to inform you of how this hyper rate is impacting the members of Syracuse Police Department. Cassie, can you give me approval? So, council, I'm going to draw an analogy tonight on something that we've dealt with over many months recently. And I'm going to lay out for you a concept of a drought in policing. So most of the summer, Robert treated us to pictures that were very similar to this to demonstrate what was occurring. In 1998, when I tested for Layton Police Department, there were over 100 candidates. In 2020-21, in our department, we averaged 18 applicants, and 7 candidates out of those would actually make it to the interview phase. 75% of the people we've hired so far have had no law enforcement experience. That is not to say that it is necessarily a bad thing. What it means is that we are not attracting lateral candidates. Oh, I apologize for that. I have no idea what I did there. Oh. There we go. Would anyone happen to know how I get this to show my screen notes?
Sorry, don't ask me.
This looks different than what it did when we were looking.
If you show them there, you will show them everywhere.
Okay.
It's true. But you can say show presenter view and it will show everything, but yeah, we'll see it all.
We'll all see it too.
They're not secretive. So one of the issues with that doesn't work for you guys though, does it?
I can work with it.
We can work with it.
Yeah. Okay.
We know your skills are other places and we appreciate that.
That is so well said. Yes. So one of the things about when you have officers with no law enforcement experience, of course, is the delay that we actually see for getting them on the road. So typically when we get the authorization to hire someone in July, we are scurrying to try and get them into the academy in August, which they will then graduate in mid-December. Is that me?
Yeah, your mouse is going to the corner of the screen.
You have to have you come run it, Councilman. So, and we usually will not see them actually on the road working on their own until sometime in April. So you look at about an 8-9 month stint. So in the recent drought year, this was often referred to as the worst in 20 years. The council was faced with a situation that required aggressive action to combat the loss of a valuable resource. The council made difficult decisions on behalf of the public and addressed the emergency at hand. Those decisions often met with opposition, but they were the right thing to do, and they helped the city avoid some dire scenarios. So as we look back at some of the things the council did, you tried to improve infrastructure. You implemented these water use goals for the city, implemented water use restrictions, and put in place enforcement provisions, all to try and address this emergency. So in my analogy, well, excuse me, back up for just 1 second. Here's some tools that I've identified as the ability to be able to address the drought. First of all, we could do less with less. This would mean that we are going to look at reducing services, look at reducing expectations. We can find new sources, which in my analogy, finding this new source is like buying the water shares. We know we're going to compete with other entities. We know that we're going to pay more because of that competition and because of the scarcity of the resource. The biggest thing that we need to do is conserve the resource that we have. Our people are our greatest resource. We spend a lot of time and money investing in them, They have great institutional knowledge and a great love for this city. They are the ones that are working here are the ones that we need to protect the most. We need to provide a supportive environment. And I would say to the council that in the past year, when there was a lot of animosity and political strife going on, we were fortunate to know that we were backed up by a council that appreciated the effort. So thank you for that. We also need to maintain a competitive wage and benefits package as part of our efforts to conserve this resource. I give you the quote here from former president of the Utah Chiefs of Police Association, Tom Rosses, was in the Standard Examiner in 2018. Recruitment and retention of law enforcement officers is a major problem across Utah, with an estimated 600 open positions, and it only keeps getting worse. So I realize this is a 3-year-old quote, but my question would be, do you really think it's better now than it was then? So in some recent exit interviews, we've had 3 officers leave since September of this year. 2 of them were retirements. 1 moved on to a competing department. All of them referenced low pay as a major reason for their decision to leave, and none of them referenced culture issues within the department as a factor in their decision. We've seen action already taken by other cities that are in our comparison group. For example, since the FY22 budget was passed in July, we have already seen North Salt Lake, Woods Cross, Centerville, Layton, and Clearfield pass salary adjustments. I happen to know that there are 4 other departments in our comparison group that are right now working on making presentations to their councils as well. So to some degree, information we look at tonight may already be outdated soon. Okay, so this one I realize, especially to those viewing at home, may look a little bit confusing, but I wanted to present this in a method that the council is used to seeing. This is our benchmark that we typically see every time for every department. You get this as part of your packets when they do deep dives, so you know what's there. Few things that I would point to, we're dealing strictly with the PO1 benchmark in this circumstance. The cities in red, I know that drew your eye right to them. Basically what I've done with this is I've taken the starting wage based on that minimum range and converted it into a starting hourly rate. When we got the information, I started looking at this and I was thinking, this doesn't seem right. This doesn't match up with what I'm seeing based on ads for job postings. And so we went through the information that was contained in this benchmark, and all of these red ones, we were able to show that even though they're reporting X, if you will, as a starting hourly rate, they're actually posting for Y, which is the information that's covered in red. So at that point, we decided to see if there was a way we could figure out what the problem might be with the system. Brody authorized the grandma requests from all of these cities for the benchmark information and some other comparatives that I think we would be interested in. So far, we have not received the information back from all of those cities. So I do understand that to some degree, things I present to you tonight, they are not a complete version of what we hope to get out of this. But I am going to draw your attention to the starting hourly rate column. And at the bottom of that, you will see a 2173. That would indicate that that is in the 60th percentile. That would be the realm of our policy right now. But if you move over one column to the conflicting information piece, that 60th percentile moves up to 2325. That is a 7% difference between those two categories. And it's a 20% difference between our current existing wage scale for the PO1. The information in this also interestingly shows that if we were paying in that conflicting information category we would actually be starting officers at 4 cents more than what we currently have as our minimum PO3 range. The point of this is not to focus solely on the entry level. I give this to you simply because this is the easiest way to do an apples to apples comparison, because I can literally show it in ads. It doesn't matter what people are making, what their time in the career is. This is frontline right now, easy to compare. So as we look at this, please keep in mind that, you know, this is going to be something that's going to have to be moved through the entire system, because one thing we cannot create out of any of this is compaction. Our main focus, as always, should be making equitable investments designed to keep our current and dedicated talent here. Some other takeaways from the information. In December of 2012, starting officer, this is right when I started, a starting officer made $17.12 using a I'm sorry, I don't remember what the acronym is, CPI calculator from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. You can put the number in and it'll tell you what that's worth now. Okay, so in September, that same amount would have been worth $20.45 would have been equivalent to $17.12 in December of 2012. So right now, what we would be saying is that our new officers starting at $19.25, they make effectively 6% less than a new officer who started with us in 2012. Additionally, in the population versus pay scale information. So based on the 2020 census, we had the 4th largest population in Davis County. Our pay scales for every sworn position in our department are below the 60th percentile of comparison cities. And the average for our current pay scales are the lowest among all agencies in Davis County for 4 of the 7 positions that exist within our department. I would note the asterisk on there represents Sunset City. They are not in our comparable group, so I don't have their information. It is possible that they pay less. So what have we done? The letter that went out from the council was referenced earlier tonight. I'd like to tell you that what you put in the letter was factual. I'm not disputing any of the information. What I hope I have done, or what I have tried to do, is to give you additional detail that completes the picture. I want you to know that I believe we've created a top-notch culture in our police department where you can be proud of the officers that we have. Our community can be proud of them. It's a culture that they love being in. I believe it's a supportive culture. We are making a lot of strides into mental health for our personnel as just one example of it being supportive. We welcome input from our officers. They have had so much impact in things that have changed in the department. I believe they know that, look, if we can make it happen and still maintain our standards, we are going to try and do everything we can to make this the best department they could possibly work for. I think we've done a good job appreciating our officers, and that's not just internal from the department. Again, that's from the council. We have several members who have received the Mayor's Award of Excellence, which, you know, is something that they can be very proud of, to know that it rose all the way to the top of this organization to recognize their efforts. We've done a good job creating opportunity for a department our size. We take a lot of time and effort into doing career evaluations so that we can try and figure out what people want to do with their career, figure out where the gaps are within the department, and then look for ways that we can help both of those jive. The quality of life, family, and special events, I think this is one of the things that I can say is probably the most rare about our department. You will hear that the law enforcement is a family. It gets thrown around a lot in our department. I absolutely believe it's true. We spend a great deal of time trying to make sure that not only our officers, but their spouses and their children feel welcome and as a part of our family. So what has it gotten us? Well, to be quite honest, loyalty is the top thing. We are facing as I said, a hyper rate of wage increases going on right now, but not being near the top is not new for the officers here. They're not asking to be number one. They understand there is give and take between the great things we do that have nothing to do with money. But there comes a point also when that money is so big, the difference of it, that they have to put aside the police department family for the actual family. I believe it's resulted in the well-trained professional police force that the council has set out as the goal for, or the vision for our department. It's a department that is responsive to crime and community issues. And when I say community issues, it doesn't mean things that are just criminal. You know that we've been very active over the last 9 years in charitable events to try and give back to our community. It's a department that is proud of its community and is respected by the public. And we're to a point now where we are actually a veteran police force. For those who were around before, early on, you know, when we would look at it and say we didn't have 5 years combined experience in patrol. It has flipped in many ways. So the concept I'm asking you to consider tonight is a 10% stopgap measure. What I mean by that is I would like you to look at this as a down payment, if you will, a token of goodwill and an agreement that we're going to be looking at this issue more. I don't have all the answers for you on how we're going to go about figuring out the problems with our benchmarks because they are going to be broader than just the police department. But this is a measure that I think we can say to the officers right now, we know there is more that's going to be coming, but this is what we can do right now to try and address this issue. Then we'll take care of the rest of it in a budget. The amount that I'm asking for in this is going to be $260,500. That's a 10% across the board, includes salary and benefits. The prorated amount for the remainder of this fiscal year is $160,300. So looking at some ideas on how we can pay for this, I recognize that we don't know what the future is going to bring. It is very possible that the full amount will require a tax increase. If it does, that tax increase is anticipated to be approximately $2.33 per household per month to fund that 260. There are 3 possible sources for the prorated amount right now. You will want to hear from Steve in detail, I promise, if this is the questions that you have about it. All I did is ask if these are plausible. So first would be sales tax revenue. That means, you know, there's an anticipated amount and what actually comes in. The difference between that, if it's up, is something that could be used. The fund balance that we have, we're well above the percentage that's in our policy for rainy day. The last one would be the ARPA funds. Give you just a little bit of a glimpse of the people that are part of this department and that want to stay with this department, and a recognition that we're so grateful for our community. Then I'll leave you with one final comment on this one, and I'm not going to read it to you. I'll just let you read it. I'm not going to read it to you. I will let you read it. And I'm going to close simply by saying I know there's a lot of my people here and watching on Zoom. I want them all to know that I love them, that I appreciate the sacrifices and contributions that their families and that they make to our profession, and that I'm truly honored every day that I get to serve with them. So, questions?
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome, sir.
Brody, do you have anything else you want to add at this point?
Yeah, just so, just on some other kind of broader issues, this dynamic is not, it's not rocket science. We see what's going on even nationally with the labor market. It is exceptionally sharp with police officers. On any action taken, there's ripple effects. While this situation is, I would say, more extreme than maybe some of the others, we'll probably see similar things with the other departments. We're doing the deep dives for Parks and Recreation, who's also had a lot of turnover, and the fire department, who is now trying to compete for paramedics with the county. So this issue is large, and it's something that we're seeing nationwide. It's here, and it's something that we're going to have to grapple with. The other thing is, I think the effect on our current policy. So our current policy was built in about 2016. Some of you were on the council when that was adopted. And it was built during a time when every 4 years you could correct it. And that was probably okay back then. Our current world is different. The current situation makes our current policy clumsy. And so we need to revisit our recruitment and retention policy. So we'll be doing that this upcoming year with the new council. It's probably going to take several discussions. So it's kind of a moot point to start it with this council, because the next council is going to have to get into it in the nitty gritty and vote on it anyway. So just those 2 points to be mindful of.
Thank you. Knowing that we're going to continue this discussion next week, because we haven't gotten all of our benchmarks back from cities. What I'd like to do to conserve time is allow Jordan, if you have one question for either Garrett or Brody.
I don't have any questions. Well done, and totally support everything you said. And we need to make this right.
Thanks, sir.
Lisa, do you have a question for either of them?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. David?
No questions, but I do want to make a couple of comments. So when this came up, I called Garrett, and I appreciate you being very frank with me about it. I do. At that time, I was prepared to act because I could see the seriousness of the situation. But one thing that's really concerns me about this is, as we took the time that councils are forced to take, things kind of grew out of hand on its own animal. I really think that if we become a society where we start using that method to address all departments, we're in trouble. So this is to citywide. I think that we need to be cautious to give the time that councils are forced to use to act. We were 2 weeks out before this meeting about when things kind of blew up and it had an online personality. We could not have done anything sooner. And so to pile on at that point really didn't give us a chance to react. And so the other thing I want to say is we've put out a letter that kind of explains some of the things that we have done, but knowing that this is an ongoing problem, we have to address this over time. And so we've got to do even more. And it takes some solving. So I'll let Seth talk, and then I've got a different motion I'd like to make.
All right. Well, we need to get to Corinne.
Yeah. So thank you for the presentation and the information and being upfront here with the challenge that this is gonna be and is posing for your department. I think for Brody, my question is, when we go into the deep dive for the rest of them, are we going to see? Can we see also what that would look like to bring everybody to an equitable level? And I would just, I mean, I want to go on record stating that the 60th percentile rule, ordinance just does not work for me personally, because I don't want to be a 60th percentile city. I would like to be a 110th percentile city if I could have it my way. Obviously, there's tax implications there, but I think you pay for the services you need and want. And so, yeah, I just want to look at what that looks like on a bigger picture.
Yeah, it'll happen with each department.
Okay, so no questions. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Seth. Corinne?
Just wanted to say I appreciate the presentation, and unfortunately the Facebook, I don't know if you guys had a chance to read my email to y'all about a conversation with the officer, not from our department, who initiated that. But I'll refer you to that email sometime. Definitely is an ongoing problem that we're going to have to look at. And I bet you with all of the increasing inflation everywhere, it's going to be citywide. And good luck to y'all.
Okay, so I do have, wait a minute, I need to ask
Wait a
Paul.
minute.
Paul, I have a question for you. Since it's on the agenda as a discussion, is a motion on this action appropriate?
Well, I mean, it's on an agenda. This is a business meeting. It just says discussion. I think if you're going to be, if it's within your budget, that's fine. But otherwise, you need to amend the budget and you need to go through the hearing process to do that. So if you've got existing budget that could be applied towards something like this, then I think you probably could vote on it.
Okay.
Steve, from your perspective, I mean, normally the process is we have a hearing, we have a budget opening, we discuss the budget implications.
Bless you.
Hey, could you hurry it up? We're kind of on a time crunch here. Just kidding.
Yeah, so my understanding with this is with the public hearing and the budget opening tonight, we've already done the work session. We've already done the notice for what's on there. This would be outside the scope, I think, of adding it to the budget opening tonight. I would think you'd want to put it in an additional or a future budget opening. We don't have current budget to handle the 160,000 in the current budget.
What about the ARPA funds?
So in order of the items listed, ARPA to me is probably the last item I would use. And the only reason I say that is the guidance is vague and it talks about premium pay. And in the premium pay, you can pay a certain dollar amount above their additional wage, but it's more of a temporary. And it does talk about COVID relief in that guidance. Now, that being said, Paul and I have looked at it. If this was a last resort, I think we could use ARPA money to do it. There are some other restrictions as far as there's a clause in there that talks about we can't pay above 150% of the average wages in the county for that position, which is about 77,000. So it cuts off some of the higher tier. And I say you can't do that without an additional justification as to why you're doing it. And again, it references back to COVID relief as a tie. And so we've looked at it legally. We think we could do it, but we're kind of on shaky ground with ARPA.
Okay, so let me just recap to make sure I'm clear. The ruling is we cannot act on this tonight. Is that what we're being told by legally?
Yeah, where it's out, if we don't have the budget set aside for it, we can't spend it. Now, the direction you could give is, let's advertise and have a hearing as soon as possible at a business meeting where you can make that decision. And so you can open the budget as many times as you want during the year. So there's one tonight, but where hasn't been noticed, we would need to put it on a noticed agenda.
Okay, so while I was prepared to make a motion, it appears that's inappropriate tonight. So I will not be making a motion, but I want to further ask, we keep mentioning a meeting next week. To my knowledge, that's never been advertised. What is this meeting next week?
It's not on the website.
Canvas, right?
It's the Canvas meeting.
I know we have a canvas, but that is not a full meeting. So if we have a meeting, why is me as a council member, have I not heard about it before this meeting?
We discussed the canvas before and it's held.
Canvas is one thing, meeting is a different.
You mean like being on the 16th?
Yeah, if this is going to be a full-blown meeting, If we're talking about putting items on that agenda, then why has it not been announced?
Are you saying like announced as an agenda posted on the website or?
No, I'm saying, to my knowledge, we had to do a canvas. We've done canvases several times while I've been on the council. It's been a quick meeting to approve the results and we're done. There's not, but we've not extended it beyond that. So if we're calling a meeting beyond that item, I would think that you'd want to tell the rest of the council. So we keep hinting to that. I want to know, are we having a meeting? Why am I
Okay,
not?
so I'll
informed?
just speak as the messenger in
I
this
know you're the
conversation, right? But yes, we have to have a canvas of the election results. Typically, we're able to schedule the canvas on the night of a regular meeting. Like we did in August, it was on the night of a regularly scheduled work session. So it was a separate item, but it was also part of a larger agenda that night. We had special meeting action items and also a work session. So for this meeting, the county had asked us to extend to the 14-day period for the canvas because every other city in Davis County was doing the 14-day. So it is next Tuesday. We typically cancel the work session in November. And so when I let staff and administration know that we had to have a canvas that night, there was conversation about adding some work session items because we typically cancel the November work session. So apologies for, I guess, from my end for not communicating that. I thought, I know we've had conversations about the canvas. I know there have been a couple emails back and forth that the police deep dive was also scheduled for November 16th. So it sounds like a miscommunication. The agenda typically though, for any meeting, even regularly scheduled meetings that are included in the annual meeting notice are not posted until the Thursday before meetings. So
I'm not blaming you, Cassie. You don't have the power to schedule a meeting. You are the messenger. And so forgive me for directing that this direction, but if we're having a meeting, it should be public knowledge.
Yeah, to add on to that, I was actually wondering the same thing. I called a couple council members just to make sure we were having that meeting. But yeah, for that meeting, since it's not a regular scheduled meeting, I prefer to keep it to the canvas and a work session, but I do want to find a way to get these guys taken care of because
That would mean we can't act till December.
So can we do a hearing next week?
There's a 7-day notice requirement.
For a
which
hearing.
would push us past Tuesday.
that's
Could we
the issue
post
we're
right
running
now?
into.
Which means we cannot.
The problem
So the
is
soonest we could do it would be 9 o'clock if we started right now.
Post it.
and
So could I throw out some suggestions here tonight,
yes,
Mayor?
please.
Yes.
So a couple of things. If you're looking to authorize advertising a hearing to open the budget to appropriate money for police wages, that is an action you can take tonight to authorize that we schedule it. If the council wants us to schedule a hearing, you can make a motion that we schedule that hearing.
So I move we
Um,
make a motion to schedule a hearing for the deep dive for the
We
police.
can't do that until next Wednesday, which is not a normal day.
So it has to be advertised for 7 days. The earliest next meeting would be the December meeting. Unless you do a special meeting on a different day.
Let me step in here and let me direct that so December 14th, we will have that hearing.
And then as far as the issue on next week for the deep dive, whether we're going to do the deep dive or not, that's so the mayor has authorization to call a meeting and he can let the council know, or the council can vote to call a meeting, or to not have a meeting, I suppose, if you don't want one.
So I'm good with the meeting. I just want to make sure that it is for the purpose of the canvas, and then anything else where it's not a regularly scheduled meeting and citizens aren't expecting it, I'd prefer to limit it to the discussion of, we've already talked about police, but anything beyond that, I'd like to keep off the agenda. Any voting items beyond that, I would like to keep off that agenda.
I would second
And we're
that.
treating it like a work session anyway at that point, right? I mean, it's just.
Yeah, so the deep dive is just a review of
Yeah.
all
Yeah, so
issues
I'm-
associated with the police department.
that's
There's
exactly
no
what we
action
need.
being taken.
Okay.
And I believe that I've amply communicated to the council that police deep dive would happen on the 16th.
Yeah, we
I'm
saw
good.
it.
I've received that message.
Okay.
So one item I did just think about, we do have in the budget opening tonight, $60,000 to fix some of the organizational changes we did with the police department in July. Recognizing that with the turnover and timing between when we've hired some of our personnel, we're probably only going to need about 30,000 of that to cover those costs. So one of the things you could entertain is there's about $30,000 in this budget opening tonight. You could say we're going to allocate towards, if you want to take action tonight on police wages, that would get us through the November month.
Well, I have no problem making a motion to authorize that because it's already in the budget, but my concern is it doesn't solve the problem.
Right.
And I would like, honest to goodness, I would like to propose a real solution that goes beyond November. So I guess in the interest of what we are able to do, I would make a motion that we authorize Chief Garrett to use that money, Chief Atkins, sorry, to use that money that is already in the budget as a temporary stopgap, but I'm not sure it covers what we need to cover. But if that's all we can authorize tonight, I'll make that motion.
Well, and I was just saying that if you did the 10% authorize them tonight, that would cover the November month. And
It
then you come
covers
back,
just the, it
then you
does
come
cover
back
all
in
of that.
December and fix the rest.
All right, I will make that motion that we covered the November month with that money and that we address this on the December meeting.
Have a second.
Second.
Second by Jordan. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that seems to be unanimous. Cassie, okay.
Thank you,
Steve, is this
everyone.
next
Steve.
one? Is this next one yours? Or Brody? Or Robert?
Welcome, Robert.
Thank you. So the city has issued out a bid for a construction project that is on the 5-year capital plan. This is the neighborhood just north of the Syracuse Junior High School and covers those older sections of the neighborhood on the west side of 2000 West, in between 2175 South up to, excuse me, is that no, it's not 2175. It's 1275, isn't it, right?
It goes all the way to, yeah.
Yeah, I think those numbers
A little
are
cul-de-sac.
mixed up. Anyway, so it would replace the culinary secondary mains, add some storm drain so that we can get rid of some of those cross drains which are damaging the roadway, and then fix the ADA ramps and repave the road in that section. It already is in our 5-year plan, so we had planned on that. It is in our budget, and the overall bids came out, the total bids came out 56,000 under our total budget. Now each budget's divided by each fund. There's 2 funds that were short just a little bit, the sewer and the secondary, but there is money in those utility funds. They would just need to be allocated tonight in the budget opening. They were short just by about 25,000 in each of those.
Right.
So we had 3 bids. Low bid was Leon Polson Construction at $2.4 million. And this, I failed to mention, besides that neighborhood, there was also a couple of utility stubs
Right.
in preparation for the SR 193 extension, so we can get those in before construction. And then the RV dump relocation that was required because the new road came in that took the old one out. So that's what's before you.
So just in the interest of time, that we looked over this in depth and it's in the budget and everything lines up, and all we're going to do is authorize less money than is in the budget. So I would make the motion that we go forward with this.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Seth, would you be willing to make that motion, Seth?
Sure. I feel a little sheepish. It's my own street, so
Yeah,
I'm in favor of it.
Didn't Dave?
But yeah, I think the total project makes sense, and coming in under budget is great. So
Dave, do you want to make a second?
Do we need to have a motion to change anything in the budget, like you mentioned?
That's already in.
No, no.
My only question is.
Reallocation.
Some of this, we've looked at, we've talked about, you can use ARPA funds for some of these improvements. Is that still feasible?
So to answer the first question, we got these bids back in time to fix the budget opening tonight with those changes. So
The
that those
utility
are
funds are
in the
okay.
proposed budget. ARPA money, we have.
Okay.
We haven't discussed as of yet with the council on how to utilize those funds, but I'm sure that these projects would be eligible.
I just want to keep that in our minds as we're facing budgetary issues, that those funds are there, and this is exactly what one of the things they're designed for.
So does that mean that we have to change the motion to authorize it out of a different fund?
I
Well,
think you can put it in the budget. You can
right.
put it in the budget, but whether or not you use that budget.
Well, that's
So-
the question is, can we just in a separate action move the money from, because that's when we're going to do another motion tonight on the budget.
Could I make a recommendation? We have enough cash in the fund to handle these projects without ARPA. I think if we prioritize the next budget year, our 5-year plan on how to use those ARPA funds going forward,
Let
we're
ARPA
going to get to
handle
the
any
same,
stretch.
we're going to get to the same endpoint.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so-
keep in mind that, you know, the projects that ARPA is eligible for comes out of utility funds, not the general fund.
Right.
And so we've got time. We have 3 years to spend ARPA money.
Yeah.
And so we can prioritize it and target it towards projects that you want.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I needed.
I'm going to move this forward. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Would you record that as unanimous? Excuse me, Robert, next one's yours. Smart water.
Yes.
Push the button. So there is a grant that is available. It's a Water Smart grant that's available through the Bureau of Reclamation that improves water, energy, and efficiency. So we found that a really great fit that we have is something that's already programmed on our 5-year capital plan anyway. That's money coming out of our culinary water fund. And this is to convert the touch read meters for culinary water into a radio read system. So the benefit to a radio read system, there's multiple benefits. One is you have the ability to read them year round if we choose to go that way. And in doing so, we would be able to provide a meter reading every month to residents of what the actual use is, even during the winter months, rather than an estimated use. That would allow residents to understand if there's a leaky toilet or some other leak going on inside the house before it gets 6 months down the road into April. So in that respect, it is being more efficient with water wise use. So the grant is a 50% match. So basically they would match whatever we're already programming in, and we've already got it projected out in our 5-year plan to put $150,000 toward these radios. And currently we're into it about 3 years. We've been doing this, and we're projecting just about another 4.5 to 5 years worth of budget cycles to finally get that done at the $150,000, the current rate we're doing now. If we get this grant, that'll actually cut the time in half. We can probably get it done in 2 years and half the cost, because the Bureau, this grant would be paying another, almost $400,000 worth of money over like a 2-year period. So in my mind, it's a no-brainer because we're already projecting using that money anyway for conversion, and we can use that to our benefit to allow this grant to get it done in half the time and half the cost.
Lisa, do you want to?
I think that's fantastic. Thanks for finding that, and for we'll be able to convert so much faster. So I think, as you said, a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Yes. Does anybody have discussion? I move that we approve the proposed resolution R21-50, making application for a Water Smart grant to assist in funding the upgrade of culinary water meters to Radio Red.
We have a second by Jordan. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous, Cassie. Let's go on. Brody or Robert, which,
This is me.
this you?
So each year, as developments come online and purchase secondary water, District 3 water, which would be Weber Basin's water, we need to, we at near the end of the year, we tally up how much water, money we've collected for water from developments, and we go to Weber Basin's board to ask if they would approve a contract for additional water for outdoor for secondary needs. We have collected enough for 156.2 acre feet of secondary. The Weber Basin Board meets, it's required that we get on their board in their December meeting before they can program it for the next irrigation season. So I'm bringing it here toward you with the contract that they've drafted with this additional water. And if you approve it, it'll go before their board for consideration on, I believe it's December 2nd.
Hey, Corinne?
Okay, I think that we have discussed this quite a bit and we're ready to go.
Should make a motion.
Okay. Motion that we accept resolution R21-52, authorizing the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement with Weber Basin Water Conservancy to purchase District 3 water shares.
Okay, who has second?
Second.
Second by Seth. Any further discussion?
I just want to go on the record and say, I hate this District 3 water stuff. It is more expensive than anything we operate the city out of, and I wish that we weren't stuck with it.
Agreed.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Did you record that as unanimous, Cassie? Okay, item number 14, resolution R2151. It's for you, Brody.
We've discussed this in prior meetings. This is the letter from UDOT committing with us to work with us on swapping land so that we can build our secondary water pond, and they can utilize the bluff pond for stormwater.
Okay. Dave, you want to move us on?
I'd like to just make this motion because we've discussed it a lot and we benefit more probably from this than those we're working with, but they also benefit. So I make a motion to approve.
Second.
A second by Seth. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We're at a public hearing, proposed resolution R2153, adjusting Syracuse City budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. Steve?
All right, we talked about this last work session. I'm not going to go into a lot of details. This is our first budget opening of the fiscal year. Let me see, pull this up just 1 second. So we talked about our project carryover list. This is our capital projects that weren't finished by June 30th. A lot of the items in this budget opening pertain to that. There's also a couple new projects on there with water fill station we've talked about previously, the park strip conversion. And then also a revised cost for the park maintenance facility to 3.3 million.
Can I ask you a question here, Steve?
Sure.
Just in the interest of time.
Yep.
If we have to do a budget opening in our next meeting, is there any reason that we do that one now and then, or should we just wait to do the final one in our final meeting?
You've advertised and paid for the cost of this, so it's going to be the same cost either way. You could defer it if you'd like.
I'm just asking if it simplifies going over it a second time, then we could do it that way. Don't have a problem with it.
I think where we're at this point in time, it's probably just as easy to pass this tonight and then have a
Okay.
clean slate for the next budget opening in December.
So moved.
Second.
Wait, we have to have a public hearing first.
Yes,
Yeah.
I declare we're in public hearing.
Gotta wait for the mayor.
Anybody like to comment here that's with us or on Zoom? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Okay.
Call the question.
So moved.
Wait. Okay, second.
You called the question, so do I have a first?
To Jordan's motion.
Okay.
And I said
Okay,
second
and
to
you second.
And I
Jordan.
seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
Okay, fine.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Go for it.
Boy, things happen fast here. Okay. We're going to go into a public hearing in a minute about Safe Harbor. They have requested $5,000 from the city. That's what they've requested from all cities in Davis County. I now declare we're in public hearing since we're spending public money. Anyone like to address the council in relationship to this expenditure?
Again, this is not out of ARPA? or
This is ARPA, or the request was
Yeah.
around ARPA.
And this is our,
I'd like to move into public hearing.
okay, we're in public hearing.
I'd like to stay in public hearing.
Yes, public hearing. I declare we're out of public hearing. Now I need a motion.
Mayor, I make the motion that we make this donation. It's fabulous and grateful that we have the ARPA funds to be able to support them in all the good that they do, and especially in light of COVID.
They do a second?
Second.
Second by Seth. Any further discussion?
I just want to say one thing. I absolutely support this at this time in this way, but I worry just slightly, and this is why I'm putting it on the record, that if we start to sustain organizations this way now, that it will be like they did things like the Davis County School District, who had a fund for building schools, and then they started passing bonds, and now it's all bonds, and that money isn't going to the right place. I don't want this to become the future that all cities start paying this and every other similar organization in perpetuity,
Fair point.
because that would be difficult.
Well, you'll have a voice in COG next year, so change it.
Okay.
Okay. Did we have a vote?
Yeah, no.
No.
Okay, okay, that was discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah, that passes unanimously. Okay. Aaron,
I'm back, and I wished I was the end of this marathon.
You are.
So 2 weeks ago, I presented the mental health for the firefighters and was tasked with coming up with some type of an incentive. I've met with Chief Atkin and with Brody, and we've discussed this. And it was talked about incentivizing people to take the assessments. And we found that we would never really know how to do that. And one of the best measures we had was what we were reported and what percentage of our departments took the assessments. And I strongly feel that once we get somebody in the door, they're there and they realize the benefit of the mental health. So what, after talking with Chief Atkin and with Brody, what we are suggesting to the council would be a one-time, it would be an additional cost of about $7,000. And what that would be is when the department reaches an 80% participation rate. What that does is it turns it into a team sport.
Yeah.
Everybody realizes that one person does not want to be that 79th percent, right? To keep the team from getting that bonus. And what that would really be is a one-time thing. Once the department reaches the 80% participation rate, everybody, regardless of participation, would receive a $100 one-time incentive for that, I guess is the word.
So why not hire? If it's a team sport and all it is an assessment, you don't actually have to do anything after that. Why not go 90?
What were didn't you present some numbers on what their take rate typically was on the initial assessment?
Yeah, they said usually what happens, we talked about I know that I talked about the training aspect as well.
Yeah.
Previdence does provide the training and kind of an onboarding and they explain what the benefit is. And so they say typically about a 60% participation rate.
So 80 would be really
80
high.
sounds great.
And I think 80's fair, because what happens with 80 is once the 80% we hit that, we know you're going to have people that regardless, I don't think you'll ever get that 100%. You'll have somebody that won't do that. But what'll happen is the word of mouth will get out and people will start talking amongst each other and it'll bring that participation rate up. So I feel pretty confident that 80% is a good target.
I love it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I agree.
So
You're the person to know what percentage you need.
yeah, thank you. So that would be part of the I guess the vote, originally it was placed on the consent agenda and we kind of had to add this into it because we talked about entering the agreement last time. So this would be in addition to that.
So I'll make the motion that we approve execute the agreement with Previdence for first responder mental health with the concept that when the agencies receive 80% take rate on the assessment, they receive the incentive.
Second.
Oh,
It was my number.
It was her number.
You can third it. We'll let you third
Have
it.
a first and a
I
second.
third it.
Have a first and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
You opposed? Okay, would you record that as
Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
at item 18. We're ready for public comment. If you want to comment on something that has not been already commented to, we welcome you to comment. Let's start first with those that are on Zoom. Cassie, do you see any hands raised? Okay, we don't see any there. How about here locally? Okay, we close public comment. Council, let me start down with you, Seth.
Right now, I don't have any announcements. Thank you.
Okay, David? None. Lisa?
Yeah, I went and saw Matilda. It was fantastic by the Syracuse Arts Council. They did a magnificent job. It was really great. Had a lot of cast members too, so we have great talent here. Also, the West Davis Chamber of Commerce will be starting next Tuesday. We'll be starting a food drive for all of the schools in the vicinity that have food pantries from Syracuse, Clearfield, New Ames, Northridge. So if you see any boxes, and I'd like to put one in Syracuse City as well, if that's okay, that we can, we have a list of things that they're asking for and that they are out of. Some of the pantries are large, and Syracuse High has a very small one. It's kind of just a closet. So they've got a very specific list of things that they would appreciate. So that will start next Tuesday and go for a couple of weeks. Appreciate the Youth Commission. One loan. And
She's a trooper.
She's Cresta's daughter, Kennedy. Bless you for being here. She's got a ride home with her mom, probably. She could drive. She'll drive you home.
That's commitment.
This is awesome that you're here.
got
We
cute.
appreciate you. And just wanted to let you know that both of the girls who intended to do Larry Kerr's presentation were ill and unable to get here tonight. So at the last minute, we had a couple of, all the girls stepped in, and we appreciate them so much. So they have some plans for a big event in January with the whole community, and we'll be talking more about that and getting some support from the city as well. So
Thank you.
that's
Thank
it.
you, Lisa. Yeah, Jordan?
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to thank everyone that voted. I think elections are a great time to express your voice, and I also want to express congratulations to all those candidates that won. And I also want to thank all of the candidates who didn't win, but still were willing to put themselves out there. I've said this online, you're part of what makes Syracuse great. Please stay involved. We have so many more positions that will be opening up on boards and commissions and committees. Please, I gained a deep respect for each one of those candidates, and I hope that they stay close because there's plenty of city councils left to be had. The other item I would like, and this is just something I'm probably not as smart on as I'd like to be, I'd like to investigate what it would take to add a requirement for some type of EIS, or I don't know what an EIR is, but those type of studies. I'd like to see if that's something that we can look into, or at least implement in some fashion in all of the zones, and maybe set a limit on where it makes sense, something over 5 acres that's not a R1, R2, or R3 zone. I think that's reasonable to ask of a lot of these developers to make sure that the impact is what we think it's going to be. So I would like to just throw that out there to have more discussion on that as to if that makes sense. But yeah, I think especially where in the MXDs and the RPCs that are huge developments spanning acres of Syracuse, I don't think it's outside of our realm of asks to ask for that. And other than that, that's all I had.
Cassie, can I get you to put that on a work session agenda after the first of the year?
I'm giving more homework to probably Robert, so.
I think it'd be no.
Or Noah. Noah likes homework.
Corinne?
Hey, I've written a few reports, but we did have the museum meeting today. And gratefully, they were able to recruit one new volunteer today. There's off and on participation with a lot of them due to health problems and or taking care of family members. Like one of them has both a mother and a sister who have cancer and they're helping to care for them. So sometimes they can volunteer, sometimes they can't. They would appreciate anybody who is a warm body that can come and help. They have plans to consolidate the crops of Syracuse because they're right now scattered throughout the museum and they wanted to put them all in one display. They recently had a professor from Weber State who teaches about museums and so forth come and go through the museum and make a lot of recommendations, and they're trying to follow those so that it flows better. And they're really on the spot group of people and doing a lot with limited people. They're doing great. Love them. That's all I got.
Miss Robinson, do you have anything?
Feel free.
Good for you.
That's good.
I think you're the only person in the room that really can say that.
I'd like to report to the council that I spent all of last week in Orlando, Florida at a WasteCon conference where I learned some wonderful new ideas about how to control waste. I'd like to talk to Cresta sometime about dumpsters, and they showed a phenomenal dumpster there that is stored below ground. The access to it is above ground and is less than this podium. And it locks, so people can't put mattresses and other things in it.
Awesome.
Big arm that comes out and picks the whole thing up. And the whole thing is 10 yards underground that they then dump into a truck. And if I was going to be around with COG, I would try to get all of the cities involved in that with our parks and eliminate dumpsters. And I think, yeah, but we put a camera there and get who the license plate of those. So I learned a lot of wonderful things down there. It was fun. There was one afternoon that we were free, and I finally got to get some Mickey Mouse ears. At 71, I never had any Mickey Mouse ears. So, Brody, I don't have anything else.
Okay, just a couple of things. So for the meeting on November 16th, what we were also going to cover, it sounded like we were just going to limit it to the one thing, but we were also going to maybe try to discuss and move forward on the BMX project because time is of the essence on that one. And then also there was a request from the Rush for RDA money. We can ask them to postpone to December. So I'm not sure how you want to handle that.
The BMX is time sensitive.
I agree.
I think the Rush ought to be the new council.
Yep, I agree.
But yeah, I think all the rest,
I agree.
Push off a little bit.
Okay, yeah, we can discuss whether they get on the agenda for December.
Yeah.
You'd have to agree on that. But so BMX and police. Okay. Councilmember Mon mentioned the District 3 water. That our ordinance on how we allow that, we've actually had some internal discussions on revisiting that. We've tried it now for a year or so, and I think we've got some good information now that we can refine it.
It's the easy way out. Everybody just jumps on it. We're stuck.
Yeah, and then so we'll probably be bringing that to a future agenda anyway. And then Mayor, if we can, I'm not sure if you're already planning on doing this, so that we don't disrupt the viewers for the work session item after this. Can we just stay in the room here?
Yes. Yes. Do we have a closed session?
And we have a closed session.
So we'll have to move
for
Okay.
that. Yeah.
All right.
And that's all I have.
Okay. All right. We're going to recess now and go into a work session, but we're going to stay here. So stay with us. We have one item to discuss. I'm going to call that meeting to order. It involves Woodside Homes and the Shoreline subdivision, and we've allotted 15 minutes for that.
Okay, this one's a little bit more visual, so bear with me while I try to share my screen here. Okay, so Woodside Homes, well, let me back up. This is Shoreline, as you remember. Here's 2400 West, the equestrian center.
No, we're not. 1 second. 1 second.
You can't see anything.
No, just 1 second.
It says I'm screen sharing.
In a very small way. Oh, there we go.
Thanks. Okay, so here's Shoreline. Here on the eastern side is 2400 West, down by the city shops and the equestrian center. Woodside Homes is an update since rezone. You know, they've been working on some final plats, but you may not know some recent developments. Woodside Homes has purchased half of it or more than half of it. So you see the variety of lot sizes. Also, the school district has purchased a large parcel for an elementary school. The remainder of this will be Century Communities. So the residential planned community zone requires a development agreement. And in that agreement is what is called a development theme. And the requirements of the theme include, the difficult part is that it included a bunch of black and white images that CW Land was working with a potential buyer, and they included those. The way that the development agreement reads, it says that it should be largely the same or largely. And so that put staff in a situation where I wanted to bounce this by you guys because I didn't feel comfortable. Want to make sure that everybody knows what we're getting with this because we were promised a really nice development. And so Woodside came in with their building permits, and we just, not that they weren't nice, they were just different than what the images in the agreement are. So if you were to look through the original agreement, which I know that it's lengthy, but if you just scroll down to the pictures of the architecture theme, maybe just, I'm almost there, sorry. So anticipated all stone and hardy board. So they were asking, well, what about brick? Can we do brick? Well, I don't see brick. It also had a lot of elements of hardy shake, which is very craftsman. Also had shutters. It had front porches. So you can, I won't go through all of them, but the overall theme was just very craftsman. They had windows in the garages, front porches, windows by the doors, mullions, and so we had this predicament where we have two different development companies buying this project with one development agreement that we were trying to apply uniformly. And so I attempted to kind of distill down some sort of checklist that our department can look through when we get all these building permits. But it was just very cumbersome. And so we worked with Ryan Beck. He's in the audience here. I'm sure he'll have some input. We worked with them I just told him, I said, well, number one, we want to make sure that we're not getting a lesser quality project here. So why don't you, if you want something different, but equal quality, why don't you prepare some drawings and let's present them to council so that everybody is on the same page. So if you look at the end of the agreement in the packet, I've included what their proposal is. And I'll let Ryan answer questions about this, but I'll go over these really quickly. So the major items are the shakes, the shutters are not there. They've added brick as an option. And then also they have, if you notice on the bottom of the page, it will tell you as we go through, it'll tell you what lot size they fit on. So the majority of the lots they own are the smaller lots, but they do have some of the larger lots, 10,000 square foot lots. But you can see they're just trying to go maybe a little bit more modern, but they still have the three different styles. So this would be their traditional style. And you can see they still have front porches. They still have a window by the front porches, but the mullions are gone. The shakes are gone. The shutters are gone. You know, it's just a different style.
Where's the front porch on this particular drawing? In front of us?
Some have them, some don't.
They should all still have a front porch. This right here is, I don't know
I
if
just
you,
can't tell that it's probably got some depth to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
porch with plain square column. What it's saying. So their next kind of large category is farmhouse. And you can see it has the stone and, you know, the kind of the vertical board and batten. We've talked a lot about modern farmhouse, probably way more than we need to around here. And then prairie architectural style. This is probably the more modern. You can see the different garage door style. But again, no shutters, no shakes.
I don't think there were shutters in the modern one.
No mullions.
The prairie one.
Yeah, if you went through the original proposal, they didn't have shutters in all of them, but there's a lot of shutters.
But like, I think the biggest difference with the Craftsman, that there was just totally not there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Just
this,
making sure I'm seeing what you're seeing.
yeah. Yeah, so these homes would fit on a 5,600 square foot lot. Sure. Well, let me leave that up to the mayor. We have Ryan here.
Yeah, Ryan,
speaking
come up
from
here and
the
stand at the
audience.
podium, will you?
I can spoken to, or you guys can just let me
Rapid.
open mic night here, get going. So the Craftsman, we internally, it's kind of like this, how do you interpret different designs? And right now our farmhouse is really more what has been labeled as the Craftsman. So
Okay. So like, for instance, some of the porch things on a Craftsman usually have an angled out bottom. That's very Craftsman, plus having the corbels that
Corbels.
are exposed
Mhm.
at the eaves and such.
yeah, those are some elements that
and
are
shakes.
typical in a Craftsman.
Yeah, shakes,
And-
shingles.
And we've incorporated a lot of the elements that are typical in a Craftsman into our farmhouse and to meet that.
Okay, because I didn't really see a lot of that in the pictures that we have anyway.
So overall,
So if you
like-
see like in this, what he's showing right now, their current, like instead of the corbel, it's that awning over the windows.
Right.
And so that's that element that ties into that.
So overall, without getting nitpicky on which details are missing, it just seems like there's less of the details that make it kind of an upscale feel when you add a lot of the little details. I mean, you start cutting those out for cost, I understand, but
And that, yeah, and just so you know, we're not trying to cut it out for costs. We do extensive research into what homeowners value and what this specific demographic values. We pride ourselves in being better by design. Essentially, that's our tagline at Woodside. And we have really appreciated and enjoyed working within Syracuse. And we have built a lot of homes here.
So
And we understand that market.
let me just
fairly
say to your
well.
comment that I agree that you're right. A lot of people don't value some of those little details that, they're simple's okay. And I'm okay with that. The only catch would be that when we had a lot of controversy about what was going to be allowed within this development, there was a lot of emphasis on making sure that it felt like an upscale community, not a cookie cutter community.
Yeah, and to that point, what we've really tried to do is to diversify the plan offering set and still maintain the theme that is proposed in the development agreement. And so quite honestly, if we had to restrict it to just those certain elements, it would actually reduce the diversification of the plan offerings.
I understand, but is there a way to add more options so that that's options in the details?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to tell you which ones are okay and which ones aren't, because I really do believe that homeowners, they all have their own style and taste, and that's okay. I'm not upset about that, but I just want to make sure that we allow for those things.
Yeah, and quite frankly, we tried to start to do different things like upgrade to brick, which I know that it seems like that's different.
No, it's legit. I get it.
But that's why we're putting it in there. Is like, this is what homeowners are wanting is something different, and as an option to do that fresh brick style, and still maintain that theme that we're looking for. So we honestly, we have really tried to adhere to what the theme outlined in the development agreement is. And in a lot of cases, we've exceeded a lot of those elements, but yeah, we wanted to just be completely transparent with you guys and make sure that because of the nature of this, that we are all getting on the same page and not, that's our intent tonight, is to bring it before you guys, because Noah didn't feel comfortable to review it to that extent. So
Yes. Jordan.
My only comment is, I think additional diversification of a neighborhood is a good thing. I think that bricks are equivalent to stone. I would like the options of some of the shake. I think that looks nice. My only critique of all the plans, and again, this is probably just me, the prairie.
Yeah, you be careful, because I have my designer on the line, and he has put blood, sweat, and tears into these plans, and Noah could probably.
My only comment is the Prairie D looks, to me, that looks like your cheapest of your offerings. Just looking at it, you got this window on this huge wall, and so I don't love Prairie D, but it's not up to me.
And maybe that's not the house you would buy.
I can tell you it's not the house.
That's great. Yeah.
But that's my only critique is all of the rest of them, I think they really look like they're still high upscale. Prairie D in a lot of those look very basic, and I think that there could be some better work there. This looks like they have teeny tiny windows. And I hate teeny tiny windows, and I think most people do.
More.
So the question is, where do we go from here? We have one, we could say, yeah, we think these are consistent with what's approved in the development agreement. Two, or we could say, no, they're not consistent, but we like them, so we can amend the DA to just let them do this. Or if you feel like it's not consistent with the DA and not desirable, then we can ask them to come back with something else to present.
Like, so this is no lot changes. This is no plat changes. This is just
This is hopefully a real easy, like we're lobbing this in as hopefully it's an easy win for you guys tonight.
Well, I would like to see a return to some of them. I love the addition of brick, actually, and I think that can change up some of your facades quite a bit. But as I go through subdivisions and through new developments, I can tell which ones I would prefer to live in, and it's a small nuanced difference, and it's just maybe one or two added features, whether it's a different color around the windows, whether your casing is different, whether it's some shakes that are going along with the cementitious fiberboard, but you've got the shakes as well.
You
I
can
can
come
go-
work with us. You
Oh.
have that design eye, you know, that we spend a lot of time thinking about all that
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm
and-
sure you do. And it shows these are some really great designs. I do think though that we have scaled it back a little bit, and just one extra element to me just kind of represses the look if we've lost it.
Hmm.
So if we can go back to what the original design was, adding in the brick and go back to not removing shutters. And I understand that you're looking at a demographic that is younger and they
Yeah.
have very stark Scandinavian aspects that appeal to them, but these aren't, the farmhouse isn't Scandinavian and they can decorate it like that inside, but the facade needs to stand some test of time. And simplistic and stark is not going to be something that I'm drawn to, or that the whole neighborhood is going to be sustained with. So I think that we've got to add those extra design elements in there, just enough to get it back to what I felt it was originally. And even if that is just one additional element for each facade, that matters.
So, okay.
So along those lines, it is an interesting choice to include Prairie as your third option, being that inherently Prairie is a little more basic and a little more featureless than other styles. So I'm not suggesting that you have to get rid of that, but if that's the direction that we're going to agree to, is that you need more features, details, maybe that one's not a good third option, and that's the one you introduced.
Seth?
So,
Yeah.
yeah, Prairies is part of the original. And so we were trying to adhere to what was,
Our Prairie that we saw before had a lot more detail. It was kind of barely paired.
Yeah, so this is the original, right? This is the
Mhm.
shoreline.
Yeah.
Maybe land, I mean,
Yeah, there's just a lot more fine details and variation.
I'm not the best
I
with
agree, it's nuanced.
design and all that, so that's not a strong point for me. I don't even know what she's talking about with Scandinavian, to be honest. My wife, I'm sure would.
Hey, I know what she's talking about.
Right, no, I don't think it's not important. I'm just saying I don't know it. But if you can find some mullions for us and some shakes, I'd support it. I think they're good looking homes, but yeah, I mean, if there's a way to add some additional elements that tie it a little bit closer back to the CW land proposal. I wasn't around when it was originally approved, and so I don't have a strong tie to it, the way some of you guys may.
yeah, and just to comment a little bit about that. So these plans were presented by CW and they pulled them from a set of drawings from like the 90s. And so when our design team looks at these, they're like, whoa,
Yeah.
these are all elements that we need to like either figure out a way to clean up
Clean up.
or
Yeah, like,
or freshen up.
for instance,
Yeah,
on the
and we would have gone way more modern, but we felt a little bit restrained by the development agreement, which is okay, because it's what we purchased and we wanted to adhere to what was agreed to by the city, and so that in reality we've tried to.
Well, if you do want to
On the-
try and come up with something that's a little more modern and, as we were saying, Scandinavian, if that design aesthetic is what you're going for, then I would like to see if you want to spend the time on a plan for that. I remember.
We ought to have you come and design one of our products in Parkview or right next door. I think you might fit the demographic.
Might do
And
that one.
yeah.
There is one comment I have about the old plan for the Prairie there, where they combine a hip roof with a gables. Don't do that. You get rid of those gables, okay? All right, so I'm not for keeping those, all right? They cause more leaks and they're not attractive. Thank you.
Heard.
Okay, Noah,
Heard.
do you know what you're gonna do now?
Nope, I don't know either.
So what I'm hoping for is option one. And really what we've tried to do is adhere to the development agreement. And I feel like we have in all of our design. This basically incorporates the brick and it allows us to build what we know is going to work well in the community. And these are plans that I think you can, as you've all looked at them, could agree that they're they're going to be a beneficial addition to Syracuse.
So let me ask you this question. If we gave you the option to come back and say, here's our new theme of 3 designs, does that interest you? I mean, I kind of feel like it's probably asking for more work, but you said there's certain things you're trying to update about all of them. So I'm just saying that if that were your option, I'd listen.
I like all these except for, as you've had a few people say.
I'd go for a prairie D any day. I'd buy that.
Prairie is the mountain look, and that's actually what a lot of the kids my kids like.
I would totally buy that.
Yeah.
You're both wrong.
I wouldn't buy it, but my kids would.
Well,
And that's why we're not married to you. So, okay.
so I don't know if you can
no
hear me.
option to say.
Yeah.
Be like, yeah.
So that doesn't interest you to propose something new?
I mean, it sounds like they've come so far. Then.
I mean,
The challenge that we're at, and I would be all for that if this was 8 months ago. But
I also
we're
need your door guy.
we're like starting, and we just need to know what we're building. And
I'm
so,
okay with that, because I don't want to put the pressure on you to do extra work. Just when you suggested that, we wanted to.
I am not afraid of extra work. That is not.
We wanted to make changes, so I was saying I'd be open to it. But if you got to move forward with what we've got, I like the addition of the brick. I feel like you've still left a few of the details out that were there before, but maybe that's what you're going for. I don't know.
Yeah, it's more of a clean, fresh look, and
Mullions are not popular right now. Just
they're not.
They're not.
They're not.
are the
Mullions
little
are not popular,
side
and neither are
windows.
shutters.
I just
Like
said
we're
it 'cause
making
it was
up
a word
words
I'd
now.
heard.
No,
Mullion,
shutters are not
I know,
popular
right?
either.
Mayor,
So-
But shutters are classic, right? So I have a Southern Colonial that's
could put 'em on a
East Coast
traditional.
That's traditional. So I remember the 90s when every house was built exactly like this and they all had the shutters,
Yeah.
but they were mauve. Okay.
Hey, I'm not gonna knock your style. If you like that
I
style,
did
that's
not
okay.
have mauve shutters.
Let me,
But if you're talking about, if you go with a classic black, then you are going to have a few, but I'm not even saying that you have to have shutters. I am suggesting though that
No,
we give
this
at
is what
least
I was
one
afraid
extra
of. They
element.
wanted all design, and
Mayor,
we really do. We pride ourselves in
We get
better
back
by
to the
design,
question.
and we do
Yeah.
try to listen to our constituents.
I'm
or our-
trying to get there, Brody.
Yeah. Should I? How do I rail this in? I don't know.
You got to sit here.
I know, right?
What I would like to do, I know we can't make a motion here, but I would like somebody to step forward and tell Noah what he should do.
What I'm hearing as a general consensus is that it's not enough.
Or possibly a
Is
fourth.
that there needs to be more, that the scale down is feels less.
Okay, how many of you feel that way?
What about a fourth option where you have one of the old ones?
Were we
I
what?
was just
Where
trying
you
to
have one of the old ones with the mullions and the shutters and somebody could pick that. And,
Do one option.
and
that
nobody
way?
will ever buy it and select it, but you could have it for us.
You know,
to
we
pack.
did that at Stillwater, and it was never selected.
Exactly.
It just was never selected. And
I'm just saying,
that's
you
the
throw
hard
it
thing
in.
is we can't provide, we don't want to produce something that's not going to be valued.
I don't think this is a downgrade in quality. I don't have to love all of them. I guess I'll trust your market research, as long as we're not getting a lesser product, which brick is not lesser.
Yeah.
You're still sticking with the
Last I,
cementitious fiberboard.
Do all of you feel the way Jordan?
I can get behind it. I do feel like some of these are a little more, they appear to me a little more basic than we've seen in the past.
That was kind of what I was getting at, was I feel like the general consensus is this is a little more basic and it's not considered as high quality.
I would argue that because we literally are spending probably it's at least $10,000 more on just our exteriors than what if we were to do those other options. So we are like, and that's coming from our division president who does all this market research and understands exactly what our prices are on everything. And so we could do that, but it would essentially, you're basically giving us money. Like, okay, fine, if we want to do it that way.
Okay, Jordan says as is moving forward. We good?
No motion tonight.
I know, but
Yeah.
we got to give him some direction.
I like these.
Okay.
I think that Noah did due diligence by bringing it to the council, and I would like to see one extra element on each design, even if it's just a different color of casing around the windows or something that gives it a little bit extra, or change the facade with, if you're going to go horizontal, then give me something else that's not quite, that maybe stands out a little bit more, but
I'm gonna
That's
put
just
you on our next meeting invite for our design guidelines. I really am.
She would love it.
Okay,
David?
I agree that, an additional element would make it feel more upscale, but I'm not going to tell you what that has to be.
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Okay.
All of that.
Okay, Noah, you got your marching orders.
number one.
Okay, so I think I heard, we gave Ryan input that it's not quite there, but we don't know exactly what we want him to do, but to come back with something and we'll see if it's good enough.
And it's not moldy and.
We're not punting. Are we punting?
No,
No.
I need to Google that.
It sounded like we were punting to ask him to come back.
I think we ought to have him come back in December, the December business meeting.
You guys just like my face. That's what it is.
Putting you off a month, would that make a big difference?
It would.
Would it?
Mhm.
Yeah, is there any specific
Oh, but there's no.
item that you want him to add when he comes back? Or just
We can't
something?
pass anything until,
No, this is a work session.
so we can't make a formal decision tonight.
Well,
The only
if,
thing we can do is tell you if you need to.
We just need to give the nod to Noah that what Woodside is presenting is acceptable.
so if we go back to the options, 1, 2, 3. So 1 is an interpretation of the development agreement. I don't think there's a motion that needs to be made there. It could be, yeah, I think we're good. But if there's an amendment to the development agreement, then that's a motion. That's something that needs to
Well, I
be in a
think
business
that
meeting.
That's what you're asking for, is an amendment to the development agreement to say, we think that this is acceptable, when Noah reads in that it's not.
Well, that's.
So we could bring it back in December for a vote.
So we're not
And
looking
then-
for a development agreement amendment.
But
Because-
what I'm saying to you is what Noah's telling us is he thinks it doesn't meet the development agreement. So it would take a motion for us to say this does meet the development agreement.
what do you want to see on it, Noah?
Mayor,
Yes.
I would say kind of a more refinement of what's going on is Noah is getting your confirmation that he can interpret it, that it is meeting.
Yeah, that's what,
Allowed, but culturally
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah, he's checking in with you.
Not safe.
I think he felt like it wasn't quite enough, that it didn't meet the original expectations. So what would you like to see?
There you go, back at you.
He wants to say that it is, but we've kind of.
We've gone round and round, and when I had all these printed out on the table, but I didn't have these latest ones printed out on the table. I had what their last one was printed out on the table.
He basically showed the simple versions. And
So there was a time that those elevations had mullions and they had windows, because just factually looking at the development agreement, I was like, well, it's not the same. And so now that he's provided this latest iteration, whether or not it meets the development agreement,
Are we a lot closer?
I think we're closer, but the existing development agreement is pretty clearly Craftsman. I don't think that this is necessarily Craftsman. I know that he wants a nod tonight and be done. But I know that he's also worried about things unraveling, and I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think it would be just as easy sounds like you have support to come back in December and amend the agreement with these new plans and say, this is the new theme.
Or add a crafts.
I would prefer your
Fourth.
more modern look over the traditional. That is exceptionally basic, that traditional look. I mean, there's, to me, the vaguest difference between farmhouse and traditional here. And I don't even think that looks like farmhouse. So that's just my opinion, but I would like to see you come back. Sorry. I know, and I don't like to have to put you off because I know that every day is money, but I know you're not losing your customers. And I think if you were to amend one of these designs and have it be something closer to what you think will sell better, then I'd be happy to look at that and approve that if it's got the elements that we're looking for.
So can you guys hear me?
Sounds like we want him to come back. You agree?
Can you guys hear me on the other
Next
line?
week, just kidding.
Yeah, that's the hard thing is we're going through the holidays here and
December 14th,
It'd be December.
yeah,
and
bumps it a whole month.
it could be noticed and they could
Yeah.
swap out.
Right.
So this is what we're thinking then, that we would replace. And is that something, I guess you guys aren't going to vote, but there is a general consensus that that would be likely to be agreed to in a development agreement amendment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Because it gets a little confusing trying to say, is this the same? You know, it's a little bit easier to have a fresh start and say, this is shoreline, this is the theme. Do we like it? Is it good enough?
Well, and I don't think that we're trying to hold you to what the original design was, but if you were to have brought something that was even better than what we'd seen originally, we would have said, fantastic, that knocks it out of the park. But I think that this dumbed some of these designs down, in my opinion.
I think Noah needs to go to the other designs so that
Instead of these that it's showing.
he's baiting it. He's
I mean,
going with the older.
the items on the list that we originally were talking about, those extra items that, you know, whether or not they create the wow factor or not, like if you're looking at the traditional windows in garages, entryway doors, windows in the doors, windows next to the doors, you know, that kind of that first floor transparency-ish items, you know, those are things that, you know, they're showing it in the prairie. And really what we would like as staff is to have a checklist of like, okay, all of the items, all of the elevations in shoreline as it comes across our desk, they all have what? A front porch? You know, we have to be able to manage this somehow instead of just putting an artistic hat on every single time a building permit comes across our desk.
There's only one that I can see that doesn't have a window in the door on the original. So
One that, what was that?
it doesn't have a window in the door, but the garage does. Kind of weird. On the original one from CW.
Yeah. The original ones had a lot more texture and more windows on the ground floor.
Well, I'm just saying that, but that front door doesn't have a window or one next to it. There's one of these that doesn't.
In the original one?
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's the hard thing is what goes in all of them.
Right.
What, you know, it,
I mean, we don't want them all to look the same either.
Right.
Noah, can you hear me?
yeah,
That's kind of the point that when we were trying to design all these is we were like, oh, well, if we include all of those things on all of these plans, it will definitely make it look really cookie cutter. And with, he's on this one right now, but that size of that entryway, it's really hard to fit. It's hard to fit another window right there without basically making it look really squished. And
yeah, or a window in the door.
Mayor,
Highlight.
we've got some people raising their hand online, and I think they might be with, did you say you
yeah,
had?
so Brian is with, all these people are with, Brian and Matt Lundquist. And
They're with the applicant.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Let's let Brian.
Brian?
Can you hear me on the other end?
I don't think Brian is done with audio, is he?
Yeah.
We can't hear you, Brian.
Yeah, Brian, it doesn't look like your audio is connected based on the Zoom icon.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
One of the things I was going to point out,
Are
the
you-
thing with the
do you want to try
theme
doing this way?
is you don't want it to be overly repetitive, but in order to create a theme, you do have to have repetition.
Okay.
So it's about towing that line between like what can get called cookie cutter but repeating colors, materials, textures, that's what creates a theme. So if it's too wide open, it's, you know, anything goes and you don't really have a strong sense of place.
Have you got Brian online?
Yeah, so can
So
you
is
hear?
Brian able to comment?
It's
He was for
it's
sure.
got to be something on his end. I can see that his mic is moving, but it's
You
not
can see
coming
his
through.
chat. You could type in.
Maybe he could check his own audio on his own computer.
You can put his audio on the computer put your phone up to the microphone.
Okay, let's try that. So he's saying we can do a Craftsman. He's trying to frantically text me here.
Okay.
Yeah, he just
Can
said,
you
what
read
if
his
we did a
text dramatically?
A fourth option of Craftsman would be
We can
awesome.
do a Craftsman.
Now we're talking.
There you go.
Okay, a fourth option of Craftsman, perfect.
Can't be too entertaining or else you guys will want me coming back all the time. Go ahead. Okay. But should we try calling him and then
Yeah.
getting him on that way?
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, welcome to the circus.
Sorry about that. I don't,
Wait a minute.
I'm not sure why my audio is not working on that side, so probably my fault.
Yeah, you can even put it closer to
Hold
the
it up.
microphone.
Oh, nope, don't do that.
Oh, very good.
Council, what do you think? If we add the fourth entity to that, could we let him give the nod to Noah?
That would work for me.
Dave?
I think it doesn't address the main thing, which is they all look a little more simplified.
What would the difference be if we were to say, add one more element to each of these three designs? Because, I mean, just as you said, if you only have 5% of your customers choosing that, then it's highly unlikely we'll even see it as we're driving through that subdivision. But I would like to see one extra element for texture, because I'm looking at these and I'm thinking that's just, first of all of our tones are just so similar. And I just feel like I need, on that traditional A, using this specific one, I need something dark on that. I need something dark on that. But you see how that entire upper level has nothing to break your eye on that traditional first? And the same thing is true on the second. You've got to balance it somehow here, and I'm not seeing that balance with a black door and the black, anyway, and this is just my preference and my design eye, but I just think that one additional element, even like I said, if we're going to give us a casing that's different or give us some other texture to this, that would help all of the designs rather than just adding one extra design.
And there's.
Okay, Brian. And it's very personal.
We'll never be able to legislate color choices. That's-
Yeah, and you know, I actually love the white on white. I've seen that in several areas and love it. So it's not, it's not that I don't like the choices of that. I just am not seeing a texture that I want to. I'm seeing, it's just very similar to me. So, you know what, if everybody else is okay with it, then I'm on board.
So I think the fundamental question before us is where brick is not in the current development agreement and some of these components are not in the current development agreement, do we need to modify the development agreement? I think the answer was yes. Is that the consensus here?
If we're going to add brick, I think it has to be added, but I'm okay adding brick.
But yeah, I'm
you're
okay
right,
adding
you
brick.
have to
I
make
have no
a
problem with
change.
that. I like the majority of these designs but again, it doesn't matter what I like because I'm not going to be buying one of these. So
And I don't see any of these that have brick.
Well, and if
none of these show brick.
Right.
Well,
That was
yeah.
In the.
And they don't show brick because we've designed our renderings based off of what we discussed with Noah, with staff. But if Noah, if you look at, I forget the number on it, but
Okay, I like brick.
the brick is actually called out as one of the finishes. So
Where?
maximum height of 4 vertical feet of wainscot composed of brick, rock, or stone. So in the verbiage, it is called out as an option
Well,
in the development agreement.
Well, in the development agreement that he's referencing is just a snippet of our ordinance. I think it's pretty clear that all of the 27 images in the original agreement showed stone. I think that was the design intent. And like I said before, I'm not opposed to what they're proposing. It's just like you said, is this different than the development agreement? You know, that's why I wanted to bring it up with you guys. And
Right.
it sounds like we think it is different and that we should just amend the development agreement and swap this out as the new theme. But so then that begs the next question is, do we like this theme? And I know that some of you might be outside of your comfort zone, but you know, I think this is an important element of, you know, the city leadership, making sure that we have good quality. And I'm not saying that what they're proposing isn't good quality. So what I'm saying is, if you guys feel like this isn't good enough, that's okay too. So,
Yeah.
but we do need to give them direction. And if
But we also don't want
if
to,
you know it when you'll see it, that's okay too. But we have to be careful that we remain grounded in, you know, the health, safety, welfare of our residents. We can't be
Well, and-
requiring
and if we're-
gold doorknobs or something.
yeah, if we're mandating though, that a person who's like building this home and they're going, do I have to put the mullions in the window? You know, then they were kind of tying some choices.
I'm sure that during the build process, they get to pick colors, they get to pick windows, they get to pick carpet, they get to pick paint colors inside. I'm sure all of that can be arranged.
Maybe some
It's
shade.
the baseline finishes that really we want to make sure that this is a
Yeah,
high
and
quality development.
I don't feel like the baseline finishes are less than what was there before.
Correct.
I think brick is equivalent to stone. I think cementatious fiberboard is equivalent to cementatious fiberboard. So as long as people are allowed to select the design elements and we're not creating just basic designs.
Yeah.
I'm good moving forward, but I do think we need to update the development agreement to add in the items that were not there before. I agree brick is in our code, but it's apparently it's not in the development theme, and I'm okay adding it.
The only other thing I would suggest that besides brick is add the option of some shakes somewhere, because those are nice.
And apparently shutters.
No,
Add it as an option.
I don't care for shutters.
It has to be an option or she's gonna string you up.
But you could take them or leave them, right?
Yeah, you can take them or leave them.
If they're an option, you can just choose not to have them.
Well, okay.
Well, that's the difference between a baseline and an option. And
Except
we're trying to create the repeating elements that will be used throughout the development. So if shutters are important, that's the time to decide.
I
And
don't think that I think that's really a personal choice. and I
My
don't
house
see
doesn't
any
have
difference.
them.
If you don't want shutters, you want shutters. They're all fake anyway today. It's not
Yeah.
like they actually work. So.
Actually, they became a water penetration issue, so it becomes a maintenance problem for the home, and
And they
then
fade.
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care about shutters, but I know Lisa does, so.
No, I'm fine if they don't want it. I mean.
No
that would be
shutters.
Something they can add afterward anyway.
Couple of grabber screws and some
Okay.
shutters.
Okay. Paul, move us forward.
Wait, I'll ask you to move forward.
The attorney. Why are you dragging me into this?
Because you're going to be gone next week. We want you to remember us.
What?
Okay, so not like gone, just absent. Yes,
Okay.
absent. Okay, so from what I've seen, the question tonight is, do you like what's being proposed by Woodside? And what you're saying is yes, but it could use a little work. I think that's what I've been hearing. The other big question tonight was, do you feel like this meets the theme that was presented in the DA? And what it sounds like what the majority is saying is no, it doesn't. If you had said yes, then we wouldn't have to come back at all, right? Because then you're the city. If there's going to be a breach of the development agreement, it would be the council that would say this is a breach. But you're saying if you build it this way, this would be a breach. So the only way to fix that is to change the development agreement.
Okay.
So we're going to come back. They're going to bring additional renderings. Does that sound right?
I think all they have to do is
Brick
bring in an
shapes.
updated development agreement that shows the additional design elements that they want to add.
Yeah. The amendment is simple. We just change out the exhibits.
Perfect.
It's
And-
really simple.
in all reality, we would just propose this if we could. This is what we would propose to
We-
amend the
we
development
gotcha.
agreement with.
I
Right.
understand.
And I think council that we could bring that to a consent calendar in December. We've discussed it enough here. If we just.
And that would give us the assurance, I think, at this stage to continue to kind of,
And that's the question. I don't know if everyone agrees with.
I don't know. If we
I'm
have
fine.
5 agreements.
If we don't, then it won't be consent, but we should have it as a voting item.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So the direction we have is we will prepare the amendment. Woodside will prepare the exhibits to the amendment, and then we will see what you say in December.
That's fine.
I think it's prepared. If we need to adjust anything, we'll adjust it before we go.
Okay. Cassie, would you put that on the agenda? December?
We need a motion to go back into our business meeting.
Uh,
No, I just do.
No,
Okay, we have a
can go
motion.
You can just drift back in.
Can't we just go
Yeah.
straight to?
Yeah,
You
well,
can't make a motion in a work session.
Can we
this-
adjourn into our closed session?
I'm just going to declare recess. Let's meet back in the.
We need a motion to go
So
into.
you have
closed
to,
session.
you have to move us back into the business meeting, and then we have to make the motion.
We can go from work session to close.
I'm going to make that motion in there.
We've done it.
Okay. Can I do that, Paul?
Wait,
No,
just do it. You can just do it here.
motion to go into closed session.
Do I have a second?
Thank you.
I have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're moving into closed session.
Thanks for your time tonight, guys.